Good morning. I'd ask everyone to please take your seats. We're about to get started. Ready?
Yep.
So I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting of January 27th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you. Councillor Sachs, Commissioner Sachs, all those in favor? Carried. Okay. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. We will take a lunch recess from 1 to 2 p.m. today. Yep. And reconvene after lunch in confidential session. Okay, sorry. Okay. Commissioners, we will now begin with the review of the order paper. Item 1, CEO's report, February 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC interim CEO Greg Percy. Item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting of December 16, 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the ACAT chair. Item 3, supply of battery electric paratransit buses and green bus program update. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? No. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 5, Canada Square redevelopment amendment to leases. Would anyone like to hold this item? Councillor Matlow? Commissioner? Why don't we do that later? Okay. Do you want to pre-circulate that?
It's been submitted. It's not that.
Okay.
So if it's quick, we just do that.
Sure.
You just need to prep it.
Oh, you need to,
Yeah.
Chrisanne needs to prep it. Okay. So you'd like, okay, so we'll hold the item. Item 6, cost-benefit analysis of a pilot for free Wi-Fi service on bus and streetcar platforms. We have speakers on this item, so I'll hold it in my name. Item 7, transit priority measures on Queens Quay East interim bus priority lanes. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 8, executive committee item 20.10, advancing the waterfront Eglinton East LRT. I will hold this item in my name. Item 9, Executive Committee Item 20.09, Advancing Eglinton East LRT. I will hold this item in my name. Item 10, Executive Committee Item 19.6, Assessment of Scarborough Rapid Transit Adaptive Reuse and Next Steps. Would anyone like to hold this item? Nope. Nope. Okay.
Keep going.
Keep going, yeah. Okay, I will move this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Item 11, update on the CEO mandate. I'll hold this item in my name for an in-camera presentation. Item 12, notice without motion, improving the TTC's response to major snow events by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. Would anyone like to hold this item? Commissioner Sachs? Yeah. Okay, so you're going to hold it? Item 13, motion without notice, an urgent need to improve bus and streetcar travel time and reliability by Commissioner Julie Osborne, seconded by Commissioner Fenton Jagdeo. Would anyone like to hold this item? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. That concludes the review of the order paper. So I'm just going to move an amendment to just reorder the order paper slightly so that the first item we will deal with is the ACAT minutes. Then we will deal with the CEO's report. There will also be a confidential part of the CEO's report that will be presented when we go in camera. Then I would like to do item 4, the presentation for the Bloor-Young capacity improvement. There's also a confidential attachment, so if anybody has any questions of that, I'd like to go in camera. And then I'd like to do item 11, the CEO's mandate, which are the CEO objectives. So we'll just do all that in camera, and hopefully we can get that done before the lunch. Yeah. Any objections? No? Okay. You have to move motion? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that the Toronto Hydro, in its infinite wisdom, has got a meeting this afternoon as well, so I'll have to be going in and out between 3 and 5.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up. So the first item of business is item 2, the approved minutes of the ACAT General Monthly Meeting of December 16th, 2024. I'd like to welcome ACAT Chair Betty Rivington-Law to present the minutes.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all again. And so I'd like to just discuss briefly, you've got a lot on your agenda today, the very productive December meeting that we had, where we wrapped up the year with all our committee reports. We thanked everybody that was unfortunately leaving us and welcomed the new ones. Just as you are aware, the Communications Subcommittee really worked on temporary accessibility measures around the subways that are still not, don't have elevators. And so we were working on proposed shuttle routes to try and keep everybody getting around the city. The Design Review Committee focused on an outstanding issue of the Scarborough subway extension stations, where they were concerned about the width. If the width complied with all the codes, the interior building codes, the TTC codes, emergency exits, and they made some recommendations to relocate the seats in the very narrow platform areas. They also discussed feedback from the public forum that was held last fall in September on accessible transit. And one thing that I looked at from this was the seat heights in new buses. From my background as a physiotherapist, I always worried about people getting out of low seats, and I put blocks under chairs or couches. So I think this is a really important issue as we look at new buses for seat heights to keep everybody very safe and independent as possible getting out of the seats. Our Service Planning Committee, our key focus areas were proposed route adjustments during construction. We were asking about the use of Presto where agencies do not use it, service details for some areas in the city like Thorncliffe Park, Woodbine, Racetrack, and East York Seniors Home, where we were worried that the routes were going away from the seniors and making it more challenging for them. Bus relocation during the stations have all when we're closed. And the final committee was Wheel-Trans operations, where we looked at stops and landmarks. And we reminded, the TTC staff reminded us about reduced pickup and different locations during the Christmas holidays. I made one suggestion to this committee that we look at our complaints review monthly in a different format. Being a senior, I can't remember numbers from month to month, so I asked for histograms to be put up so we could look at trends where we could celebrate our successes and complaints going down, and look at maybe trends going in the wrong direction and seeing if we could come up with some issues to help focus on that. And that's it. I'll open it to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Betty? No? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Betty.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Does anybody like to speak on the item? No? Okay. So seeing no further speakers and no further questions and no speakers, can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. So now we will go to the CEO's report, and then we will go next to the Bloor-Young capacity improvements.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go fairly quickly. There's a lot of material here. It's been a short month. It's been quite a busy month, punctuated by some extreme weather. The extreme snow And the consecutive days of extreme cold have been very challenging for TTC and for every provider of transportation services, frankly, in Ontario, Quebec. So it's been difficult. My hat's off to the TTC staff, frontline staff primarily, but also those back shop who took these 3 calls a day, managing the storm before it arrived, while it was here, and we're still digging out from some of the storm impacts. But mostly I wanted to thank our customers for their patience. It was not an easy time. I do believe that the TTC team did what it could to make service every day, and to a large degree we achieved that. Some of the things that we did in February besides dig out snow was we've set a tone to take a real close look at community bus service. We worked with the board to look at a new bus service for the in Scarborough 3 days a week, serving the Mazark Park homes and other destinations. But then it caused us to think about, let's just take a look back at our community bus service portfolio and see what way we can make it better. So that's on the agenda for us later this year. Scheduled subway closures, this is being well managed. We set a baseline, any reduced slow orders that come out of that. We are on that baseline, and the baseline is 12 a year. That number will fluctuate, considering in September when I started it was 30. The team has done a great job in getting that, wrestling that down and establishing a baseline against which we can compare our performance. We're doing some serious work in terms of infrastructure upgrades. All of this is in preparedness for FIFA coming in 2026. And so major King Street track intersection work, Fleet and Bathurst, and other King Street infrastructure work all being done and trying to work that in while servicing our customers as best we can. The very pivotal this month was the celebration of Black History Month. This clearly is important not just to TTC but to the fabric of the City of Toronto. We had an amazing kickoff in early February at our McNichol Bus Garage. Very exciting. The cameo was the buses that have deco packages celebrating key players in the Black Toronto community. Really warms your heart. This past Saturday night, the Black Transit Workers Association, GTWA, hosted a gala. The mayor was there, I was there, and other execs were there. The union, Marvin was there and his team. It was a fun vibe for everybody, and it had moments of sort of retrospect and reflection, but the general feel was to have fun. We started in 2026, we will be starting our streetcar safety camera pilot. We have to find a way to make it safer for streetcars to share highways with cars, both being safe. So we're working closely on that. As you just heard, we have a new ACAT chair and vice chairs, and I think we're in for another good year with that team. We look to them for some serious guidance as to how we can do a better job servicing the accessible community. While I'm still on accessible community, we celebrate 50 years of Wheel-Trans. And I'm looking for our Wheel-Trans leader. He's now over there. Perfect. Big deal. For us, 50 years is a long time. I think it's getting better and better. It's getting bigger and bigger also. So this is really important. It's important for the Toronto accessible community, but also important as an adjunct to the service that TTC provides. Moving on, reduced speed zones. We were, on February 4th, we were 10, so that's even below baseline, which is almost as concerning as being above baseline. But we're tracking that very, very closely. I'm going to keep going and try to move us quickly through here. So the next focal point is the SRT, the busway, the status. That some of that will be coming to the board today and subsequent days. But it's getting a lot of discussion between CTC and the City of Toronto. to identify what parts of the former SRT are deemed surplus, and then what does that mean? What's the future use? So very good discussions going, important discussions. The busway design itself is complete, and we're expecting the construction contract award in Q2. I think that's it for those topics. So I don't believe I've missed any of the key things, but we look forward to really good things like the spring solstice coming, as we've had enough of winter. That's coming March 21st. And frankly, the commercial close for winter, which nobody understands except those who run transportation contracts, is April 15th. So that's when our standby snow clearance contracts end as well. So the team is very much looking forward to moving on from winter. But we will hang tough and we will keep delivering and do better as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, very useful. And congratulations on the 50th anniversary of Wheel-Trans and that we just ordered the first electric vehicles.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why we can't come up with a solution for bus stops on hills in the winter, except to just stop picking people up. Surely, you know, we've had winter in Canada every year. Is there no solution that allows us to keep picking people up even on a hill in the winter?
There's no industry best practice in that, and whether it's bus stops on hills or on railway grade red lights, all of those red lights on grade have been removed because you can't have a train safely stop and then start on a grade. Same with buses on hills. Now I'll open the floor to either Fort or Rich, but I'm not aware of any alternative. Everything defaults to safety. Safety best practice is to not stop and then not slip backwards on a restart. Over to Fort.
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, that's the removal of the stops was actually a recommendation, a strong recommendation after the January 2022 incident where we had in excess of 300 stuck buses. What I can say, Commissioner Sachs, is we'll go back and we'll take a look at seeing if there's any way we can reduce that number. But again, that was a very strong recommendation from the January 2022. And to Greg's earlier point, I don't think there's a standard of any sort that we can. It's basically industry best practice. But again, my commitment is I can go back and we can take a look if it has to be 56, if we can reduce that number.
Well, the next question is, how far does the human have to walk to the next bus stop, recognizing the sidewalks may not be cleared? And do we have places where you could have 2 consecutive stops out of service? So, I mean, are you really just meaning that people cannot get transit when it snows if they live in some place with hills? Do you have a limit as to how far a human has to walk when you close a stop?
So through the chair, yes, Commissioner Sachs, that's definitely one of the things that's on the lookout right now. There are situations, if you have a significant hill, where you could have 2 stops that are consecutively taken out of service. Those are the things we want to take a look at and look at it from that customer perspective. So it's not just a matter of trying to take 56 and make it 48. It's basically trying to take a look at it through the lens of the customer to see if there's anything we can do to reduce that number such that the customer experience isn't so heavily impacted by like a back-to-back stop to make it rather difficult or a significant walk to find the next available stop.
And is this another question where you need to, if you needed to change anything on the road to allow the bus to start and stop, you need to work with transportation, needs to be keyed into their long-term plan? Have you already gone through that process with transportation?
Through the chair, not in great detail at all. The intention was to go back and have a look at what are the things we can do to look at it from the lens of the customer experience, and then have more meaningful discussions with the City of Toronto.
All right. And have you looked at whether there are driveways? I mean, some of these are on roads where you have apartment buildings, condos, institutional buildings that have circular driveways where you could turn around and stop. Have you looked to see whether there's a partner nearby that could possibly accommodate the bus during these conditions?
Through the chair, no, I don't believe we've gone to that level of detail.
But you will now?
We will definitely take a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other questions? Commissioner Ainsley, 5 minutes, please.
Sorry, in the same vein, so in my ward at Morningside and Ellesmere, so in a significant snow event, the buses don't stop at the 4 stops. And so so part of the rationale I was told was, and the stops are at the bottom of the hills, and I was told that the reason the buses don't stop in a significant snowfall is if they have to stop at the bottom of the hills, they can't get up the other side. But there's an intersection there. So if you have to stop for a red light, they're not picking up steam to get up the hill. So I guess my question is, can we not work with the transportation department, the city's transportation department, to create like a quick fix squad where they know they have a list of issues with designated spots or intersections, bus stops? Because the other problem I have there, I have a neighborhood improvement area. So most of the residents don't drive. They depend on public transit. So saying the buses aren't going to stop at any of those 4 stops, their only alternatives is to walk up the hill. That we're told they can't stop there because the bus has to get up the hill. So I don't understand any of the logistics around that intersection, for example. But once again, can we not work with the city's transportation department and come up with some type of quick hit squad that can clear the snow out of that intersection more than once, make sure the hills are salted or salt brine is down, and keep the buses moving?
Through the chair, we'll make that commitment to, further to Commissioner Sachs's request, we'll make that commitment.
Thank you. Just want to add my name to the...
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Osborne?
Just a quick one about conditional access for customers who use Wheel-Trans during these events. I'm just wondering if there is any accommodation made for gaps in regular conventional transit service to accommodate the needs of people who, while they might not qualify under normal weather circumstances for Wheel-Trans service, when we have these incidents where the city's kind of crumbling under the requirements of the snow removal, if we waive any of those requirements to allow passengers access to Wheel-Trans who might not otherwise have it.
That's a fair question. I don't personally have that answer, but he was here.
I think Cameron left, but through the chair, we could take a look at that proposal. It might be a little challenging to get it off the ground, but we'll take a look.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Okay, I will continue to hold this item because we're going to discuss one item in camera. Next, we have the Bloor-Young Capacity Improvement Project Progressive Design Build Development Phase, and we have speakers on this item, beginning with Adam Cohoon. Adam, are you there? No? Okay, Adam is not there. Next, we have Brendan Agnew-Iller.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to turn on my presentation here.
Brendan, let me know when you're ready. I'll start your time.
Thank you so much. Is the presentation? Thank you. So I'm here to talk today about the Bloor-Young capacity enhancements as a private citizen. It's a beautiful project. Here's the current rendering. It's really well designed, very thoughtful. Really respect the engineering work done here, because it is a huge step forward from what was proposed 20 years ago. This was truly a monstrosity. They proposed 3 level changes and a long underground tunnel and moving one track on Yonge to force a transfer. What they did do 20 years ago really effectively was show the complexity of building this in this built-up urban space. You have 2 active transit lines sitting in a fully built-up intersection. We were discussing it back then, of course, because of the Yonge North subway extension. At the time, the people in engineering construction, the subway people, were adamant that there was tons of capacity downstream. There was no need to upgrade the lower end of the Yonge network, of the Yonge subway. TTC service planning had a very different opinion on this. At the time, I presented the ridership projections from service planning to engineering construction to the head, John Sepulis, and his response was, if that's what my team is saying, they're full of, and you're gonna have to finish that sentence on your own, because that was a private meeting, and that is what, so with staff on board, we took it to council, and council agreed that this project could not go forward without capacity enhancements downstream. There were 2 key choices. One was the project in front of you, the Bloor-Yonge enhancement, or the relief line. Council chose the relief line. Back in January 2010, this was the choice, and we were told it was partly paid for by the savings of not building the Bloor-Yonge capacity enhancement. So, problem solved. After that, having both Metrolinx and TTC as clients at the time, I was invited to chair the staff working group on regional relief. We looked region-wide, where are the pinch points in the system, and how could we address them? At the time, Metrolinx argued very strongly the relief line was not necessary because they could divert people away from the Bloor-Yonge and Lower Yonge subway through fare and service changes elsewhere in the network. Metrolinx argued against the relief line as well as the Yonge capacity enhancement project. They believe, yes, they could divert traffic. Nonetheless, the city persisted with the relief line study. The part south of Danforth, the city did. It proceeded. The part north of Danforth, Metrolinx decided not to do. Just pencils down, no work happened, it stopped. What of Bloor-Yonge? Well, they did a business case 2016, 2017-ish, which, this is from memory, it's an internal document, I don't have it, will be overcapacity in the future, I think 2040, without alternative treatment. The most recent ridership projection from TTC is 2019. Now, we all remember what happened in 2020. We had a permanent change in ridership demand in the city. What happened in that same month, in April 2019, the relief line came back with vigor, this time with an extension north of Danforth to Eglinton, which I think would divert a lot more traffic. So, is this a good project? I don't know if this is a good project. I'm not here to speak for it or against it. But if your goal is to move more people through Bloor-Yonge, this is a brilliant technical solution. But I ask yourselves, could we divert traffic through fare and service elsewhere or divert demand? Are there ways we could add network capacity instead of putting all the pressure on one fixed point? And do we have higher priorities for this funding? We're looking at $1.5 billion before you get to detailed design. It's going to be well over $2 billion before you go to tender in a couple of years. And that could unlock Waterfront East, that could unlock the Line 2 subway cars, that could turn the SRT infrastructure into a beautiful linear park through the heart of Scarborough. It could bring, all-day two-way GO service at reasonable fares across the suburbs of Toronto. I don't know. That's up to you. So my point is, both TTC and Metrolinx have argued vigorously against this project at different times when it suited their interests. Metrolinx believed, yes, we could drive riders elsewhere through fares and service. You have to think about capital, fares, and service together. We were told, council was told, TTC was told the Ontario line would solve the same problem when it was a lot shorter. Ridership is not what it was and may never go back up. Remember, we're talking about peak demand downtown into the office towers. Ridership might never achieve that again. And before it comes back, it's going to cost a lot more than what's in front of you right now. So, thank you for hearing me. I'd be happy to take questions if there are any. I love this stuff, as you can tell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brendan, does anyone have any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will make one more call for Adam Cahoon. Not there? No. Okay, so next we will go to a presentation on this item, and I will turn it over to Stephanie Davies, Chief Capital Officer, to address the board.
Morning, and I'm joined today by Krista Veston to my left, who's the project director for Bloor-Yonge Capacity Improvements, and Chris Sawicki, who is the Chief of Major Projects, TTC, to help support this presentation. So we are excited today to provide you with an update on the Bloor-Young Capacity Improvements Project as we request approval for the award of the Progressive Design Build Development Phase. Next slide. So why is the Bloor-Young Capacity Improvements Project so critically needed now? Bloor-Young Station is a key interchange for both lines 1 and 2 and the busiest station in our subway network today. Currently, today, there is overcrowding on both line 1 and 2 platforms, leading to congestion, increased dwell time for trains, and a reduced customer experience. As someone who goes through this station every day, I can validate that data. This is only going to further increase in the future with ridership expectations to almost double at the Bloor-Young Station by the year 2056, with 400,000 passengers per day predicted. Next slide. As illustrated in the heat maps showing passengers flowing through the station in the years 2031 and 2056, if we do nothing to improve the station, there will be significant increase in congestion, represented by the orange and red, on the southbound platform as well as on the existing Line 2 center platform. This crowding and congestion poses serious health and safety risks. These maps do show in-flight expansions elsewhere in the transit network, including Yonge North and Scarborough subway extensions, Ontario Line, and extensions of Eglinton Crosstown and other in-flight transit improvements. Next slide. So this project will improve current congestion and meet future demand, ridership demand, of the expansion projects that are underway. An important requirement of this project is the opening of the Line 2 eastbound platform at Bloor-Young before the Yonge North subway extension is in service. Recognizing the importance of the Bloor-Young Station, all 3 orders of government have already committed to provide dedicated funding specifically for this project. And so we must forge ahead. Next slide. While some work began prior to 2017, it was in 2017 that the city first identified Bloor-Young as a priority project, leading to the start of the conceptual design in 2019. The strong business case resulted in a positive benefit-to-cost ratio of 1.49, which is, for a transit project, very high, indicating the proposed investment will generate positive returns. Specific benefits include travel time savings, travel time reliability, and a reduction in platform and station crowding. In 2021, the TTC Board approved the business case and a selection of the progressive design build model, as well as the start of property acquisition. In 2022, the project really began in earnest with an announcement to fully fund Bloor-Young by all 3 orders of government. This was followed by the procurement phase, which included the request for proposals for being issued in early 2024 and which closed last October. And now we are here today seeking approval to award the progressive design build development phase for this project. Next slide. As always, engagement with our community is of topmost importance. The Community Project Office opened in May 2023 and has been proactively communicating with neighbors and key stakeholders throughout the recently completed early works construction. Communications included a project video, letters from our CEO, newsletters, and project and construction notices, in addition to various meetings with neighbors, local stakeholders, city councilors, and cycling groups. Next slide. Engagement with the community included events such as Pride Parade pop-ups in 2023 and 2024, with plans again for this year, and a 2-phase mural project at Sherlock Holmes Walk was officially launched last November as well. Next slide. So we'll just get into a little bit of why why we chose the progressive design build model and how we think this is going to set us up for success through this next phase of the development of this project, and will enable us to enter into the implementation phase in 2027, with the right solution. So, how are we approaching this project? Well, we worked with external expertise to advise us on the best commercial model to deliver a project of this scale and complexity. This work included a review of industry information, precedent projects, industry market sounding, value for money analysis, and a quantitative risk analysis. From 14 different procurement models, progressive design build was chosen because, among other benefits, it supports greater collaboration between the TTC, the designer and contractor, as well as joint identification, management, and appropriate allocation of risks. Collaboration and early contractor involvement are particularly important at Bloor-Young due to the complex construction staging and methodology required at this already very busy station. Next slide. Currently, we're at the end of the procurement phase, seeking approval from the board to begin development phase to undertake and further the design of the project. Through the development phase, TTC will work collaboratively with the designer and contractor to develop the design to a 70% level, establish construction means and methodologies, including construction staging to minimize impacts, and obtain more certainty of risk. At the end of the development phase, in early 2027, the board approval will be sought to enter into the project agreement for the implementation phase, and this is where we will complete the design and enter major construction. At the end of the development phase, TTC and the contractor, if we cannot agree on a target price at the end of the development phase, the project agreement or any other deliverable that we have developed through the development phase, TTC does have an option in the contract to off-ramp and find another contractor to do this work, should we not be able to reach an agreeable target price. Next slide. It should also be noted that progressive design build is being used across the industry. In the US for transportation projects such as airports, LRTs, and railway projects, including the Virginia Avenue Railroad Tunnel reconstruction in Washington, D.C., which was completed in 2018, and the San Francisco International Airport Terminal, Terminal 1 expansion, which was completed in 2024. So contextually across our industry and in North America, this is in favor, or this is a model that we are working towards. I'll highlight a few key features of the development phase and then the implementation phase, so we understand how they are different and how they will benefit us. The development phase, one of the key deliverables is development of means and methods to construct the project. This means that we will work collaboratively and closely with our designer, our contractor, and our own internal TTC teams to find the right way to construct this project, balancing the need to maintain ongoing operations while construction continues. Also, risk mitigation strategies is very key and will be openly developed with our partner to create more knowns, reduce risk, and to assign risks, most importantly, to the party that is best placed to mitigate them. Last thing I'll highlight on this slide is that we have on board an independent value assessor, and this is a key party who will work with us and is retained to assist with the development and validation of the target price during the development phase. They will help us give confidence, additional confidence, that there is value for money in this project and the solution that we are jointly developing in collaboration with our constructor partner. Next slide. In the implementation phase, again, for which we will return to the board in early 2027, the key deliverable, the key output at the end really is the development of the target price. And the target price will incentivize both parties to collaborate, find efficiencies, and achieve success, as they will share the pain or the gain relative to the target price through the implementation phase. In addition, this model gives us more closer cost control and transparency, as this is an open book-based contract, which will encourage and enable both parties to keep costs under control. So to summarize, the use of progressive design build is gaining traction in the construction industry because of the market's past and ongoing challenges with existing fixed price models that establish project costs, schedule, and risks at 30% design, thereby increasing project costs with large contingencies because of too many unknowns. Instead, we are looking forward to collaborative delivery models that develop the design together jointly between the constructor, designer, and the owner, TTC, to approximately 70% design, where there is more certainty on cost, schedule, and risks, enabling better and closer management than previous design delivery models afforded. Again, we are seeking board approval today to award the progressive design build development phase to Canadian Murphy joint venture on the basis of achieving the highest total weighted score, and we are excited to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Sachs, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Stephanie and team. This is a big step. First of all, in response to Brendan's deputation, he says, first of all, there are better uses for the money. Is this still the right time to be thinking about should we do this project or not, or is it too late?
my opinion, maybe I'll seek help from someone on the business case side, but I think this is the right time to do it. We have other projects in flight, and most notably Young North, Scarborough Subway.
Okay, I don't need a long answer, I just need an answer.
Yes.
All right. The second thing he said is that the passenger projections are obsolete. What have you done to make sure that the passenger projections we're getting are realistic, given the changes since 2020?
So I think I'll defer to Karen on current passenger, or Wendy on current passenger estimates in future. Chair.
So through the chair, there's updated demand modeling that is happening out to a 2051 forecast, and Wendy Wood, or my colleague, can expand further.
Thanks for the question. Of course, it's all on our mind, the impact that COVID has had on our ridership. For the most part, we tend to think about the effect of hybrid work and what that's meant on our commuters. So that's well understood in terms of what our current ridership is at about 82% of what was pre-COVID. But what we would see in this particular...
Incorporate that?
These projections started pre-COVID, and what we've been doing to monitor the impact on this project is to monitor how riders are coming back, what the impact of hybrid work is. We would estimate that not only is this project still needed, it's just a matter of when. Ridership is returning faster than population is right now.
Okay, I don't need a long answer. I just needed an answer. All right. So the next thing, again, that the deputant said is that the cost will go to $2 billion, and that certainly is something that I am concerned about, because almost every project that comes to us then has to come back and say, oh, we found a surprise, we dug a hole, we found something, the which it turned out to be more money, and so we're always getting asked for more money, but there isn't any pot of money to make up an extra $500 million in cost. So how can so one of the other problems we have here is there's no information here that allows us to gauge whether what you're asking for today is on track or is not on track to staying within the $1.5 billion budget, which is the only money we've got. So are we on track, and how are we supposed to tell?
So through the chair, the short answer is that so far we are on track. Our expenses to date are generally in line. We have utilized some of our contingency, but is generally in line with where we expected to be. The forward-looking projection, we have not updated. This is now the time through the development phase where we will get a better understanding from our constructor about efficiencies and value engineering that we can do to come back to the board with a more fulsome and meaningful understanding of what this project, how we have to manage this project within the existing budget.
And that will include every time you come back to us with telling us how this tracks compared to your projections, and if there's a difference, why?
Yes.
Okay, because we need that. Will using PDB avoid the kinds of delays and infighting and litigation that we are seeing on Crosstown, and how do you know?
Through the chair, I believe yes, and I believe that is true because over the next 2 years in the development phase, we will be working in a very open and transparent way with our contractors to understand, mitigate, and assign risks accordingly. A P3 model, fixed price model, is based on a 30% design. The contractor team is basically, there's risk transfer that is intended to be successful within P3.
Didn't work.
Sorry?
And it didn't work.
Sure, yes. As evidenced by delays in the projects, I would say that was a challenging model for those types of projects. This development phase, the benefit and the real reason why I think it's so important that we proceed in this way is we need to work with the contractor to find the best solution. The work will proceed on an open, transparent, open book model, and there will be pain share and gain share through the implementation phase. So the contractor, as well as us as the owner, will be motivated to find the right value for money solution.
Is there a successful demonstration of this approach anywhere in Canada for a transit project?
Last question.
Not that I'm aware of. That's concluded. There are successful projects that are in flight on a PDB model. Metrolinx has a few, but not yet finished.
Okay, I want one more question.
Sure.
Why are we spending so much on external lawyers?
So through the chair, I'll answer that, because as Stephanie just advised, this is a brand-new project that the TTC has never done before. In Canada, you've not seen anything come to conclusion, so you're in flight in lots of transit projects in Canada, and to mitigate that risk is why you're relying upon external lawyers who have had much more experience in the Canadian marketplace, understanding and working with the model. It's just too much risk to do it internally. We're there, so in fairness, we have a body dedicated to the project as well from legal, but to do it without external legal assistance is just too much internal risk.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, I think the model is a great model because it puts everybody's interest is at stake. So it really is a motivational model. So I think that's great. The price is a hefty one, but I think history has shown us that, part of our not taking the leap, not building when we should, and changing direction is always puts us in a position later on where, in retrospect, we should have built. So it seems to me the evidence here points to needing to build. And I think there's also the issue of, which I want to ask around the estimate of ridership. When you look at ridership, do you also look at the kind of stimulant that building something like this would create in terms of stimulating more development or a different kind of build? Can you elaborate a little bit about that when you're doing that ridership model?
This is true. We know that when we build new infrastructure, it attracts not only those that would immediately be served, but there's a multiplier effect to elsewhere in the community. That's included in the projections.
So it is part of the projection. Okay,
as well as the other
I think it would be good to highlight that. Because I think we forget that. And then the other question I had was around the total expense. 1.5 billion is a lot of money, but if we were to compare it to other infrastructure builds, it's not actually a lot of money. But the approach of designing, is there enough flexibility in that approach so that when you're we're 30% now. So when you're at 50%, can you look at, I think we do have to assume that the price is going to go up. That's just the nature of these things. So when you're at 50%, is there enough flexibility there to say, all right, we can trim here or there so that you stay to the extent possible within the budget?
Through the chair, short answer is yes. And that is the beauty of this model, is that we are not hiring a consortium. We have to say, go figure out how to build this and come back and let us know what your answer is. The team will be in a joint office at the same table every day, working with the designers and the contractors to right size, right fit, value engineer, find value for money in the solution. So we absolutely will have hands-on every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We will have the ability to shape the outcome of this work.
Okay, and then last question. And you talked about the transparency, which I think is very, very critical. So will you be able then, with that process, that approach, that flexibility, will you be able to, and will you come back to the board so that it's pretty clear where everything is and where the overspend might be or where the risk may be? So is that the kind of transparency you were talking about?
It is, and in the board, through the chair, pardon me, we do recommend that we will come back in early 2027, specifically around some of the scope that is still to be shaped, like platform edge screen doors and net zero. And at that time, we can certainly give the board a sense of what our projections are.
And then with questions and issues to say, all right, there's some decisions to be made here, and here are the implications. So it'll be that kind of, I guess oversight may be the word I want to use, that this board would have.
Yes, now that was
a project.
Yes, through the chair, that this will be halfway through the development phase. So there still will be critical work to happen on the back half of the development phase. Really, the first half of the development phase is going to identify risks and issues that we need to create mitigations and actions to resolve or manage in the right way through the implementation phase. It's really the back half of the development phase where we will set those allocations and those risk strategies in motion. So it would be appropriate for us to come back and give an update on where we are and a sense of some potential decision points, whether or not those decision points are in early 2026 or they'll come at the end of the development phase in 2027.
So there will be a point of where we have to just continue, obviously.
Well, through the chair, we do need to continue, as highlighted in the presentation, at the end of the development phase, if we're not satisfied with the target price that has been developed jointly with our partner, with KMJV, we do have an option in our development phase contract as it's called an off-ramp to effectively take the collateral that we've built together, the designs, et cetera, and proceed in a different procurement model. We will have that option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Kim?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions regarding, which is top of news everywhere, the tariffs and retaliatory tariffs. Have the costs of such been factored into the model? And if so, how bad can this get? And then what contingencies do we have?
So through the chair, we have not yet we have not adjusted our base estimates based on potential tariffs or emerging tariffs. We do at this time have contingency in the project that my colleague will, thank you, 264 million of current contingency that is identified for risks. That was established in 2021. Whether or not that considered a risk of tariffs at that time, I'm not sure. But at this point, we have not, but we will be looking forward to adjust our estimates through the development phase to understand those impacts.
Okay, so you will be incorporating that. So that number here can...
So the number for the development, through the chair, the number for the development phase really is, there'll be some site activities associated with that, but it's not hard construction, and it really will be development and progression of the design and the implementation approach. Okay. So I don't anticipate tariffs to impact the development phase, the cost development phase agreement that we're seeking approval for today. We'll feel that in the implementation phase, post 2027.
Okay. And then in your risk assessment, have you also factored in the availability of trades? Because I know that there's quite a few capital projects, big capital projects in the province, such as Bruce Power, OPG. And one of the things that have been impacting them is the shortage of the trades. So have you also considered that as well, looking forward into the future?
Through the chair, we did include some of that in our 2021 estimate, but I know that over the last 4 years, that risk has, or that issue, now it's not an issue, not a risk, has increased post-COVID and based on all of the infrastructure spending that's happening in the province. So we will need to relook at that risk and determine if we've allocated appropriately for it.
Okay, and will you be working with the risk management team, the ERM team?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I could just jump in, there's two ways, because we've done, both Steph and I at a company that shall not be named have gone through this process. It's a fascinating, but it is tension-filled, to Commissioner Sachs's comment. The fact that the contractor is open book makes them extremely uncomfortable, because that's another way of saying, I'm going to manage your margin. And they go in with an expected margin, and I can assure you that margin can shrink quickly. But it is truly open book. There'll be lots of negotiation around that concept, as I was on the other end of that formerly. Scope creep is a big one, and then, as you said, the materials pricing is another big one. The scope creep is, we control those decisions. Platform screen doors or not, adds a big value. It's not in this number. A 1921 number is pretty lean on detail, and that'll come out in the development phase. But if we add platform screen doors, and you can argue both sides of that, that adds a significant amount of money. At some point, we need to try that to see what it does. It's best practice in Asia, for example. Singapore and Hong Kong and other places do put that in, but they do it from the outset as opposed to a retrofit. That makes it a little different. The price goes up as soon as you go retrofit versus build from a new site. So we have to manage that. We'll bring those big chunks back here for sure. In terms of material pricing, there is competitive tension. There's yes, big projects going on. Canada frankly stands out globally in terms of managing these big infrastructure projects. Hence, there's a migration of consultants and supply side into Canada, as we've seen now for about 8 years, and we'll see for at least 10 more. That creates a competitive tension that we can leverage, so that's good. But we cannot offset something that, we're hearing from south of the border, that the 25% is a number that's unpalatable. So we have to manage this closely. I think there's generally a concern about 1.5 billion is a big number, and it is. But it can go up, and I know to right to the level of the mayor, she also is concerned. So we have to watch this like a hawk. And when we see risk coming, we have to notify the board. And then we have to make a decision. The nice thing about this process is there's multiple off-ramps. If you get to the point where you're completely uncomfortable, you can say time. Easier said than done, but technically it's an off-ramp. You get to a point of no return, and you have to keep going, and you kind of plug your nose and move forward. So there's lots of interesting dynamic to this. There's a lot of tension in this. It is still best practice for large projects. One of the things I was going to add, Steph, that we have to make sure we do, unlike most of the other big infrastructure projects, this is a live environment. We're moving people through here in growing proportions. So we need to put in here a very clear customer impact management statement, how we're going to do that. It's not, you don't hear a lot about it because you didn't need to. We do need to. So we have to make sure that we've thought this through, and this would include Wendy and others, to make sure that it's comprehensive, but it's not trivial. That's it.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no, so, okay, I have a few. So the first question, just touching on some of the items, the issues that Brendan mentioned, can the money for this project be reallocated to a different project?
Through the chair, the funding for this project is in an agreement between the City of Toronto, TTC, province, and federal governments. So at this juncture, no.
So no. It would have to be renegotiated. We couldn't just say we're going to use the money on something else.
It would involve a pretty extensive renegotiation and could impact other elements of agreements where this was integrated as one of the terms.
Okay. And for any cost overrun above the $1.5 billion, who would be responsible for that?
Through the chair, the funding would need to be required through the City of Toronto. Federal and provincial contributions are currently capped.
So any cost above the $1.5 billion could potentially be solely borne by the City of Toronto?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And for the platform edge doors, that's an unfunded feature in the design build. Given that we know that the price is likely to escalate because of tariffs, inflation, labor costs, etc., does it make sense to even do that design if we know we are likely not to have the money?
Through the chair, we will be coming back to the board in the summer or late spring, I believe May, with a response on platform edge screen doors across the network overall, and outcomes of studies and additional technology reviews that we've done to provide the board an understanding and context of where we see benefit for platform edge doors. At this time, you are correct. At Bloor-Young, we are. It is part of our scope while the funding has not been allocated for that work. So I would suggest that we continue on with the development phase at this time and make a decision or have the board give us direction when we come back with the programmatic platform edge doors report.
Okay. And then just regarding the net zero, has not been the city's net zero strategy. So, for example, to make sure this project is consistent with our commitment to be net zero by 2040, that has not been factored into the cost either, correct?
Through the chair, correct, because the net zero, yes, correct.
And that's just likely to increase the cost?
Potentially, it could.
It could, okay. And then a final question, is there any way to delineate in this project between the things that we absolutely must do versus the things that we should do versus the things that are like, would be nice to do?
Through the chair, yes, we can certainly delineate that. I don't know how long the list of nice to dos are at this point in the project, given it's a fairly functional capacity project. But we can certainly look to see perhaps on finishes or where there are some things that we could value, I would call it value engineering or value manage down to ensure that we are focusing on the right benefits of the project.
Thank you. And just final question, since any cost or overruns will come to the city, is there ongoing discussion with the city to know that there's a potential unexpected cost in 2027 that should be factored in to the city's budgeting?
Through the chair, we'll continue to inform the city on updates on this project as part of our regular major project updating, and we can enhance that as well.
Okay, thank you. And we will hold this item because we will have some additional questions in camera. And then I see Adam Cohoon is here. Adam, would you like to speak on the Bloor-Young capacity enhancements? You're on mute, Adam, if you're speaking now.
My questions have actually been answered because somebody actually, I think, saw my comment. So, but I just want to say that as a person with a disability, I do think platform edge stores will make things safer in the future. So that's all I'm going to say as the issues come forward on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Adam. Okay, and now we will post the motion to go in camera. No, we're going to do it now. So that the TTC Board recess and sit as the committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items. Security of the property of the city or local board. Item 1, the CEO's report, February 2025. Information about a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city or local board. Item 4, Bloor-Young capacity improvements, project progressive design build development phase. And then a third matter, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees. Item 11, CEO mandate. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Sure. I should have went to the bathroom. So if everyone could please take their seat, we're going to get started.
Left one was salmon with something crust on top. Should we start? This is Bob's recipe.
So the first item of business is that we finished in camera was the CEO's report. Are there any further speakers on the item? Seeing none. CEO's report. Members, seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is we are on item four, Bloor-Young Capacity Improvements Project, Design Build Development Phase. Any further questions on this item? Any speakers on this item? Okay, I will speak. I have a motion. So this motion was pre-circulated, and it's sort of keeping in line with the questions that were being asked, and it's asking that the TTC Board request the TTC CEO and Progressive Design Build to identify during the development phase the cost for individual elements of the design to allow the TTC to make recommendations to the board on which design elements may need to be omitted to keep the project within the current budget without impacting the project benefits. So as you heard in the discussion, we have $1.5 billion approximately allocated to this project. However, any further costs beyond that go directly to the city. I've been in contact with the mayor's office, and we both agree that we'd like this project to come in as close as possible to within the $1.5 billion budget. So basically, this project is asking that we basically have the must-haves, the nice-to-haves, and the would-like-to-haves, but keeping that as close as possible within the $1.5 billion figure, noting that there will be obvious cost escalations due to inflation, any potential tariffs, the introduction of the net zero strategy, and just regular costs with labor and procurement issues. So I support this project. I think this project should stay on track. I just want to echo what Commissioner Sachs said about not changing our mind when we go down a route, to make sure that we just stay focused and we finish projects as they come up. So I'm happy to take any questions on the motion. Seeing none. Yeah?
I do have a quick question, Chair. Just that I think I'm reading it right, but the intention would not be that we would start designing at this board, because that, not getting into the operating components of it, because that's, none of us, as far as I can tell, are transit designers or any good at it. Maybe Fenton, I doubt it though. So this is really just to allow the management team to say, okay, here's what we've got, here's where the hard decisions may need to be made, more that kind of.
Exactly. This is really similar to what we did with the state of good repair backlog. Instead of just having it all together, we sort of had it broken out into like what we needed, what we'd like to have, et cetera, and it just helped us make the decisions in terms of like what are the priorities. So similar spirit here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, and I see Commissioner Sachs. Yes.
Sorry, the media grabbed me. Yes, I'm going to move the motion when the time comes. Now, I move this motion. Yes, so as I said earlier, I did go upstairs to see if the ceiling was still standing in the council chamber, and the good news is the ceiling is still standing so far.
Good.
All right.
Just like the one at the Science Center.
It is 60-year-old concrete. It is. It's true. Anyway, moving right along. Yes. So we here at the board, we put a lot of time into trying to make good decisions. But we need staff to give us the information that we need to make good decisions. And in particularly on these very large projects, we get lots and lots of data, but we don't get anything that allows us to gauge, are we on track or not? If we're not on track, why not? What kinds of hard choices are ahead of us, given that we've got $1.5 billion, which seems like a very large amount of money, but isn't for projects of this size and scope. And no easy way, well, no real way to fill in gaps. So we need to have more information from staff on a project like this. How does this compare to the plan? Are we on track? If we're not on track, why not? And what's going to be done about it? Then we shouldn't be asked over and over and over again, as we have been since I was on this board, to make financial decisions without knowing what's the real question, what's the choice? Is this the right decision or not? So I wanted to have more of that for today. We don't have very much of that for today, as you heard from our chief engineer, but we should certainly have it going forward. And I think for every major financial request that's brought to us, we should know these things. Is this what was planned? If not, why not? What are the consequences of whatever choices we make? And as I said earlier, I think we also need to be really clear when we do have a legitimate option, or should be considering whether to switch to other projects, or when we need to simply make a decision and deliver. Given the long history of Toronto, every new generation of politicians wants something different, and then nothing gets built or the cost goes through the roof. So looking for greater clarity from staff, for our sake, for the public's sake, in future decisions of this kind.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? No? Unless there's any objections, I'm just going to take the vote for both items. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So the next item is the CEO's mandate, item 11. Does anyone have any questions? So seeing no questions, any speakers? No? Okay. Seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Commissioner Malik, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And now we will go back to item 5. Commissioner Sachs, so do you still want to go in camera for item 5? So wait, okay, well, do we have speakers? Okay, so we'll take questions from members. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes. Thank you. My question, as I look at this, is where is the evidence that we're getting good value? Right? These people are doing a massive redevelopment expecting to make a potload of money. The TTC is in desperate need of money. We know that land values have gone up dramatically since the original decisions on this. What's the evidence that extending this lease without changing the rent is a good idea for the TTC?
So through the chair, in 2019, both the board and council agreed to a new lease agreement with the tenant that covered 99 years plus an additional 99-year option. That had a 30-year, 20% development period of time. It is subject to a commencement agreement with 4 conditions being met. Because those 4 conditions are still outstanding, planning approval being one, and Metrolinx being off the land is the second. Because those conditions are still outstanding, you have the current leases in effect. And so they're asking for the extension to the current leases because they're still working with the city and the local councillor on the planning aspect. And at the time in 2019, the value that was provided to City Council was that it's based upon $161 million net present value for the land, and that the lease payments then escalate over time as you start doing the build-out, going from about $2 million to up to $5 million a year when you finish the build-out to make up for the net present value and paying the $161 million plus the interest rate that was agreed upon.
So there was a deal, but are we getting fair value for our land?
So at the time, when the deal was signed, it was considered fair value by both the city appraisers, the city external consultant, and council and the board that agreed to the lease payments and the structure of it.
All right, but that was then, and now you're asking us to make a new decision. Today, do we get fair value? Like, why are we giving a longer term without getting an increase in the rent, given that land values have skyrocketed, costs have skyrocketed, our needs have skyrocketed?
So you're not giving them longer term. We agreed to effectively 198 years in 2019 under a new consolidated lease.
Which hasn't taken effect yet.
Until those commencement conditions, one of them being ours, that Metrolinx has to be removed from the land, and the planning approvals, which then kick in how they build out within the same 30-year time period. The lease agreements currently all expire in 2050 to 2070, so they're trying to put them together to 2070. In return for that, they get a long-term commitment from a major, from Canadian Tire to build out on that land and to be a tenant for 40 to 50 years. You also then take what's in the 2019 agreement for improvements to the TTC's concourse and entrance, which is an $11 million commitment, and at least half of that gets spent earlier than the commencement by moving that money into improvements within the station.
Is this a good deal for the TTC?
I think the deal was signed in 2019. I don't see this as any different than the deal signed in 2019.
Is anybody prepared to say yes to that question?
So in 2019, this was the recommendation from staff and CreateTO and the city to enter into the 198-year lease. We don't see this agreement as fundamentally changing any part of that, effectively agreeing to 198 years. You're taking the old leases and bringing them for a short period of time into effectively allow for the planning approval processes to finish.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Mr. Percy, is this a good deal for the TTC? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, questions? No? Speakers? Commissioner Matlow?
Yeah, I have a motion that the TTC Board request the CEO consult with the local councillor, yours truly, and the Executive Director of Development Review on the development plan for the podium space connecting 2180 and 2200 Yonge. I just want to make a small point on why this is necessary, given what I read in the report. It suggests that the local councillor has reviewed the plans, and then it kind of says no more. It implies to the average reader that in some way the local councillor has concurred or endorsed the plans. It has not gone through, it has not finalized through the zoning review. There is still more community consultation to come. So I think it's important that these details continue to be consulted on rather than left to any unintentional inference that somehow I've agreed to anything yet. Have I looked at it? Yes. Review is factually correct, but not endorsed yet.
Okay. Are there, Commissioner Osborne, 3 minutes, clarification?
What's podium space? What is podium space?
It's essentially the base of a building.
The part that sticks out.
Yeah. Rather than the tower, it's the first.
Oh, okay, that base, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just didn't understand.
No, it's zoning, planning parlance, yeah.
Any other questions of the mover? Nope. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. All those in favor of Commissioner Matlow's motion? Item is amended. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, we will go to item 6, which is the cost-benefit analysis of a pilot for free Wi-Fi service on bus and streetcar platforms. We have on the speakers list of this item, Adam Cahoon. Adam, are you there? No? Okay, Adam's not there. So next I have Shailen Nazari. Hi, Shailen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say hello to all the members of the board. My name is Sheila Nozari, and I am here on behalf of TTC Riders to speak about the urgent need to restore free public Wi-Fi across the TTC subway system. I am also the founder of Transit for Women, an initiative focused on making transit safer and more accessible for women in Toronto. This past Saturday, I organized and ran Muslimas at City Hall, an event in collaboration with my own initiative. We were able to have many guest speakers such as Deputy Mayor Malik as well as Angela Gibson, and I would like to thank them again for attending the event. Our goal was to civically engage Muslim and non-Muslim women between the ages of 18 to 29 who live, work, or go to school in Toronto, providing an inclusive space for them to share their transit experiences and learn how to advocate for themselves. One issue that came up repeatedly in our discussions was the need for free public Wi-Fi, not just for convenience, but for our safety as women. Women, students, and those with disabilities, as well as low-income riders, as well as many other Torontonians, depend on Wi-Fi to stay connected, to check for delays, notify loved ones of their whereabouts, and access safety apps when they feel unsafe. Without it, we are left stranded, disconnected, and vulnerable in tunnels. At our event, young Black and Muslim women who attended shared that they had experienced racial and religious bias on transit, being questioned by TTC staff, unfairly targeted, or feeling unsafe when asking for help. For them, staying connected via Wi-Fi is a way to protect themselves. It means they could report their incidences, record them in real time, or reach out to a friend when they need help or they feel unsafe. The ability to stay online isn't just a convenience. It's a way to ensure accountability and security. This also reflects a broader data on transit safety. Research from Women Abuse Council of Toronto, also known as Women Act, shows that 46% of women use their phones to avoid harassment while on transit. Many of us text a friend, check a map, or share our location just to feel safer. Cutting Wi-Fi takes that away. The TTC needs to restore and improve public Wi-Fi. I ask, instead of cutting Wi-Fi, the TTC should expand and improve it. On behalf of TTC Riders and Transit for Women and the young women who attended my event, I am urging the board to, 1, restore free Wi-Fi in the subway system. This is a basic safety measure, not an optional service for us. Ensure free Wi-Fi access is reliable across the system, including in tunnels. We do not oppose Wi-Fi pilots being tested in other areas, such as bus bays. However, the bigger issue is restoring subway Wi-Fi, because people can become trapped underground during service disruptions. And I also ask that we be transparent about costs and providers. Riders deserve to know why this decision was made and whether more affordable options were explored. Public transit riders shouldn't have to choose between affordability and safety. The TTC needs to bring back the service and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheelan. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Malik, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Sheelan, and thank you for sharing that and making it so clear the benefit of Wi-Fi. I know that the TTC staff were present and got the feedback from you and participants over the weekend. Would there be, from the members of your organization and from the discussions that you had, would there be interest in a broader survey around Wi-Fi access to it that you feel folks would be interested in being able to contribute to?
Yes, actually, thank you for asking that. During my event, I did run a survey. I'm just waiting on results from the young women. Sorry. I also have feedback via postcards. We did a postcard activity where each of the young women wrote on a postcard how they feel in regards to their transit safety, especially as women, and regards to Wi-Fi and why it's important for us to be connected. So I do have those for you today. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? I just had a couple. So first question, I guess, is it more of a Wi-Fi issue or a safety issue?
I would say it's both, because Wi-Fi is a safety tool for us to use. So there is an issue of safety, but also Wi-Fi being able to make us feel safer it's just a reassurance for us to know that, hey, I can be connected, because I just had this issue in January where I was coming home from a late night class, and my phone had died. And usually I have my laptop with me, and I could have connected it to like a station, to the Wi-Fi, and I couldn't contact my family and let them know, and there were service delays going off in the intercom, and I was scared. It was night. I'm a young woman traveling alone late at night commuting. I'm sure many people relate to that. And I didn't know what to do. And the only person I could just look around on the platform and see another young woman around my age. And I had asked her if she had connection via her phone. And she had mentioned that she had. So she was very kind enough. And I would like to thank her as well to let me use her phone to update my family. So I couldn't imagine, like, if she wasn't there, what would I have done? How would I have contacted my family or checked for updates? So I wouldn't know what to do in that instance.
Thank you. So I guess, is that a Wi-Fi question, or could that, for example, if there was a public payphone there?
It's a Wi-Fi question, because there's also times where I might not use like a public payphone. Maybe I'm not able to memorize the numbers. That would assume that I would have everyone's number to memorize. So I could easily just connect via Wi-Fi and already have my contacts in my laptop or on my phone or even on my iPad, and I could get to reach like my friend, a loved one, and just let them know, hey, I'm safe, like I'm over here. Please like come pick me up after this certain time, or like I'll see you soon.
Thank you. And I guess final question, what if it was just the employee at the booth had their iPad or phone and they could just send the message for you?
That would be helpful, and I'm not against that. But however, as a young woman, I don't often notice the employees, especially on the platforms. There's been many times where my safety and the safety of the other young woman, and we've all had this discussion during my event, where we were like, we don't even know who to find. And by the time, like, imagine if someone was like there who we felt unsafe being around, and how would we even make it to look for someone to even help us? Like, it's really helpful to be able to access our phones quickly, and especially with a lot of the service that's not there. Even myself coming here today, I did not have service throughout some of the lines, and I recently switched phone plans to pay for a more expensive phone plan to be able to be connected. So that's also cost coming out of my pocket as well, and it's still not working for me. So Wi-Fi was really important for us.
Thank you. And I guess, how big is this an issue? Because we are building out the 5G Rogers plan, that if you do have a phone plan, you should be able to connect to either calling someone or connecting with Wi-Fi. What we're talking about here is public Wi-Fi, and when we did try it, it wasn't very well. There wasn't a lot of take up either in the stations or when we tried it in the buses, on the buses. So I guess, why do you think it would be helpful here if we've already tried it twice and it doesn't seem to have taken off?
I think part of the reason it wasn't able to take off is there was never, from what I understood, enough advertisement that, hey, there is free Wi-Fi available at these stations. So I think that would really help. I mean, just during the lunch hour, my friend texted me, she was like, there was no service down on Woodbine, and there was no Wi-Fi, and I had to leave and walk out and get to a Tim's and connect there. And that just put her out of her like transit commute. So it would help us, especially given my experience and background in immigration, working with refugees as an interpreter. So many of them use WhatsApp, and those apps rely upon Wi-Fi to be able to stay connected, and they're down in the TTC on the subway trying to navigate their path, and they're not able to connect because they can't afford phone plans or data plans currently. So that's really important. All of us deserve to stay connected. It's like a safety issue, especially going back to Connect TO's goals as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Adam, I see, is on. Adam, do you want to go ahead?
I'm Adam Colon, and again, I'm glad we have this virtual service, because with the weather, I would not have made it to the meeting today. But the main thing I'm here to talk about on this item is the fact that you went ahead without proper community consultation and have let Rogers sort of just turn off the public Wi-Fi without giving proper justification. It would be like saying a concessionaire asking, oh, the water fountain is little used. We're gonna turn it off because we don't want to use it. But then as soon as the water fountain is turned off, they're promoting new drinks they're offering at a higher price to the community. Because why they wanted to turn it off was they knew that even through their promotion, they would be able to take the information and use it to then turn around and promote. Do you feel unsafe on the subway? Well, sign up for our new Rogers 5G. Get a 5G phone and you won't have to worry about being unsafe. They may not be openly doing that, but I know salespeople at Rogers are using that as a talking point. During the Christmas rush, when it was advertised in the news that the Wi-Fi service was being turned off, it is like back in the 60s when Harold Ballard owned the Gardens, how he would turn off the water fountains and maybe turn on the heat when there were concerts that were more geared to teenagers, because he knew that they would then have to buy beverages. And that is definitely an equity concern. And we weren't even able to have the discussion before the off switch on the service was already set up. So that is my number one concern on this issue, is that from an equity point of view, the proper discussions were not set up, and Rogers has used it to turn around and promote their service. Now, my other question is, if you are working with ConnectTO, and Rogers is going to have a bit of savings on turning this on, are they being asked to maybe invest more in the ConnectTO plan, because they have obviously made some money off turning off the Wi-Fi? Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing
I have
none?
a point of order question, if I may.
Sure.
I think we're both deputants, whose feedback I appreciate, seem to be talking about Wi-Fi in the subway, and I thought this was about the test pilot for
It is.
buses.
It's, well, they're talking about Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi in general, but this is about the...
It's all been about ripping out the Wi-Fi, which we've discussed.
Okay.
And we're also not getting the feedback on the question at hand. That's
fair. Thank you for
Well,
that.
we weren't able to properly discuss the other situation, because when it was turned off, it was not properly allowed to be discussed in the community. That's why we are having to go a little bit offside to bring our concerns. And it doesn't even look like, from reading the report, that the service is coming to the buses at all. It looks like you just want to push it back on ConnectTO, and they're going to say, that's great, but there's more financing needed. So that is our main concern, is that both we were told there was this compromise that was maybe coming down, and then we're even told.
Adam, I'm
this
going to have to ask you
compromise
to,
is being
you're over
shut
your
down.
time. I've given you a bit extra because we stopped, but you're over your time now. So do you have any final thoughts?
I just don't want these services cut without us finding some compromise to give the people that did use the service some sort of service. End of thought.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have August Pernath.
Hello, members of the TTC Board. I am August Puranat, and I am an advocate with TTC Riders, fighting for better, more accessible, and reliable transit across the city. I'm here to speak in support of bringing free public Wi-Fi back to the TTC for safety, accessibility, and equity, as many previous deputants have pointed out. This motion proposes a pilot for free public Wi-Fi on bus and streetcar platforms, but we are urging you to go even further and bring back free public Wi-Fi to all 70 TTC subway stations, where Wi-Fi was cut last year. Back on September 24th, some commissioners on the board voted against the cost breakdown of the $17 billion quote to update subway station Wi-Fi, and voted against an equity analysis of the actual impacts that would have, which is why we're seeing so many people speaking up today and in the past about this. And so on December 27th, 2024, free public Wi-Fi was ended at all subway stations, and we are disappointed in that decision. We've heard from many upset riders who relied on the free public Wi-Fi on the subway to use the Safe TTC app, load their Presto card to pay their fare, and receive important information during shutdowns and emergencies. Here's some short testimonies that riders submitted to us. One rider says, "I depend on free TTC Wi-Fi while I'm away from home to work. I don't have a car or a regular Wi-Fi plan on my phone because data is way too expensive. I'm over 65 and my family likes me to stay in good touch. I've had 4 joint replacements in recent years and gotten to my medical and physio appointments via TTC." Another rider said they used the free Wi-Fi to book Wheel-Trans rides and check on Google Maps on how to get to places with their wheelchair, because not every station is easily accessible or is it easy to find an elevator. Another rider says, "I personally rely on the TTC's imperfect Wi-Fi services because I can't afford data. When I was a newcomer, I relied on Wi-Fi to get directions. Many times I have been able to use the TTC Wi-Fi to top up my Presto card. Removing Wi-Fi is a further knockdown to low-income people." Now, going back to the report on this motion, on page 10 of the report before you today, a chart shows that the number of unique logons to the Wi-Fi network had decreased from 174,000 to around 70,000 per week after 3 months. For the next 6 months after that, unique logons remained at 70,000. So this chart suggests that around 40% of those using free public Wi-Fi continue to do so even 9 months after cell service was rolled out. So no, it's not necessarily that everyone's switching over to cell service. The report also notes that there is no existing or planned collaboration with ConnectTO as part of their approved work plan or funding. But back on October 3rd, 2023, as ConnectTO was being discussed at Executive Committee, a motion by Councillor Malik was passed that directed the city to consult with the TTC and develop a framework and options to optimize city-owned digital infrastructure. So what happened between October 2023 and now? We know that newcomers, people with disabilities, and lower-income people had relied heavily on Wi-Fi on the TTC while trying to live their lives in the city. The reality is that the TTC is a big public space in the city that people spend a lot of time in, not unlike community centers and libraries. At the same time, the TTC has a mandate to provide safe, accessible transit service for everyone, and free public Wi-Fi is one component of that safety and accessibility. We're asking you to work with the City of Toronto through ConnectTO to restore free public Wi-Fi in all TTC subway stations, and we're not opposed to the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much, August. Next, we have Debbie Solar. She's online? Okay. Debbie, I believe you're online.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity today. I really appreciate it.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, thank you so much. Good afternoon. 49 years ago today, actually, coincidentally, I arrived in Canada with my family as political refugees, and we depended incredibly on the TTC. Back then, it was known as the Better Way. And unfortunately, because of money constraints, it hasn't been that way in a long time. Despite all of your efforts, all of you wonderful staff work very hard, and I see that regularly. But we need to do better. This pilot idea is fantastic, but it cannot be successful without bringing back free Wi-Fi, in my opinion, in subway stations. I have 3 children, 21 and 19, 2 of which are students. One is a girl who travels by herself regularly. For safety, she needs to be able to contact people. There used to be staff everywhere in the TTC, so much so that we would get to know regular staff members by name. They would know my kids when they were little. It's rare to find staff, let alone get to know them anymore. If you need help, there's not many people around. Being able to reach people with your phone is imperative in an emergency. It's not just if there's an emergency, slow down, stoppages, they become a way of life, not just on the subway, on streetcars, etc. We need to be able to contact our loved ones. I use a cane. On very bad days, I have to use a walker. Unfortunately, not all of our stations have elevators, and often they're not working. Often our escalators aren't working. I need to be able to reach people if I need help. And not all of us have unlimited data plans. The majority of TTC riders are from low-income families or single-parent households. They can't afford grocery bills, let alone robust data plans. So I urge you, please consider to fund this and also bring back free Wi-Fi for students, for seniors, for women. Like I said, 2 of my kids are students. They spend many hours a week traveling on the TTC. They study all of their textbooks now, unlike back in my day. They're not hardcover anymore. They are all on digital. Their Google homework, digital. They need Wi-Fi in order to do their homework, to use that time on the TTC efficiently. Please, please consider bringing it back. And I also have a question and an ethical qualm. Why was Rogers given this contract and so long, a 10-year contract? And why wasn't it given a public consultation? Why wasn't there not an inquest into this after the fact? I understand Mayor Tory was on the Rogers board.
Debbie, sorry, yeah, we don't do that. So if you have a problem with the contract, that's fine, but we don't talk about individuals.
Okay, well, in the history of Toronto municipal politics, I don't ever recall a 10-year contract like this. I apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes.
Could a member of the team responsible for driving this initiative sort of give us a refresher on what inspired the conversation on Wi-Fi to begin with, what we did to drive this as an initiative through tests and surveys, and where we are today? Because, look, I'll be honest, when I first heard of this idea, I thought it was brilliant. I could use my laptop on the 35 Jane to get down to Jane Street Station, and I did use it. So, you know, However, we're obviously getting a recommendation today that's in line with the data showing us that this is not getting the uptick that we want and the uptake that we want. And maybe you could just give us all a refresher on how we got here.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll start on that, and my colleagues can add in where I left some gaps. So I think, as everyone knows, and the deputies have mentioned, for several years, the TTC had what's called T-Connect, which was free public Wi-Fi at subway station platforms only. So we've never had Wi-Fi in tunnel. We've never had Wi-Fi in other places in the system. And so for several years, under a company called BAI, that T-Connect service was provided where people would log in and then use that free public Wi-Fi when it's subway station platforms. Over time, that system aged, as it does with technology, and began to deteriorate. And it came to a point where it was brought to this board in September as to whether there was a desire to invest further in free public Wi-Fi. At that time, it was pointed out that there was a steep decline in the usage of that free public Wi-Fi, in large part because the 5G service had been introduced that was then available to all cell service plans and customers. That plan saw a reduction in the use of the public Wi-Fi quite considerably, in part because I think the caliber and quality of the 5G service was higher, but also hopefully our customers don't dwell that long on subway station platforms. Their time spent with us is on the subways, and now all of a sudden they did have access to 5G, and so that's where people were streaming, doing homework, checking on emails and things like that. It was decided by the board in September that Wi-Fi was going to be discontinued, that T-Connect Wi-Fi. And so the notice was given in September, and there was a 3-month period until such time at the end of 2024 as that T-Connect Wi-Fi was going to be wound down. At the same time, the board asked us to look into doing some cost-benefit analysis of whether free public Wi-Fi could be provided in a pilot situation at select stations, at certain stations where people wait for a bus and streetcar. The thinking there was because wait times are sometimes longer for a bus or streetcar as opposed to on a subway station platform, that there might be a higher use there. After doing that work, that analysis was done, we went out to market for an RFI to get kind of some of the financial, and we got 2 respondents to that. Also did some other analysis and work based on the Wi-Fi pilot we had run on buses and the 6 or 7 years of Wi-Fi at station platforms. It was decided that, and you see this in the report, that if it was to be done only as select stations, you'd really be only serving a very small group of our customers, and that even if that cost was modest in the hundreds of thousands, that could be better spent on other customer amenities, whether focused on real-time information or enhancing customer safety. So if not to do it at a pilot, because we know the technology works, we don't need a pilot for that. We know it works because we've been using Wi-Fi, and much of the world has for a long time. So really the pilot was to assess whether uptake would be higher in that use case. And so our assessment was if to provide that, if that was deemed to be a need or desire for our customers, that you'd be better off doing it at all stations versus only a select few. At that point, the cost became quite significant, so in the millions of dollars annually on the operating side, and obviously a significant investment on capital. As we did our analysis, both from a technology point of view, a financial point of view, and an equity point of view, it was determined that those dollars could be spent better elsewhere in better creating a safer environment and a better connected environment for our customers, and at the same time, renew our efforts to accelerate the installation of the 5G network so that people can not only be connected while they wait for a bus or a streetcar or subway, but actually through their whole journey.
Two quick questions I want to get in before my time is out. One, maybe you could speak to the process. Did we have conversations or surveys to gauge interest, and then that is what inspired the pilot? And then with the money that we could be saving or could be reshifting and moving towards different initiatives, do we have any ideas or examples on what those initiatives might be to drive safety?
Maybe I'll just start by saying bluntly that the money right now for any Wi-Fi pilot is not in the budget that was approved by this board. So we would have to look at other initiatives, and so there's an opportunity there. There's always things we could certainly spend that money on. And sorry, your earlier question was? Oh, customer surveys, yes, thanks for that. Yeah, that was part of what we have done to date. While we've reached out to our customers, we've got a lot of customer feedback. I think one thing we recently did was look at our customer feedback. When Wi-Fi was discontinued in December, we've received 8 complaints from customers. The other thing that I think is impactful is, for lack of it, but however we describe it, we in essence ran a pilot for over 6 or 7 years with public Wi-Fi, and the introduction of 5G, I think, told us a lot of what our customers felt about it as they migrated kind of rapidly and en masse away from it when there was a better product available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Osborne?
I have one.
Oh, okay. I'll get you after Commissioner Bravo.
So there looks like there's sort of 2 parts to this. The first question is, should we have a pilot? Should we spend the money for a pilot on the streetcars and the buses, select streetcars and buses and select platforms? And this report suggests that we've already had a pilot. We've had this thing going for years. So am I right that then staff is therefore recommending we don't need a pilot? We already have the data from the pilot.
Through the chair, the pilots we've done both at subway stations and on bus have given us quite a bit of data over many years, and the pilot data tells us that it's feasible, so we know that, so we don't need to test that any further. But it has also told, our customers have told us that they're not, this is not a service that they want to use, but when a better service has been introduced, they've used that more widely.
So then it really boils down to the question of the cost benefit. Is that correct then? If we accept the premise that we've got what we need from the pilot itself, that we now can make an assessment about a cost benefit. Is that fair?
Through the chair, that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope my internet is better this time. So I'm curious about the experience with T-Connect or the bus Wi-Fi service. My experience before as a transit rider with T-Connect was that it was really difficult to actually use it, and I gave up. It never worked for me. So I want to understand what was used at the time to make that better, and particularly for take-up, given that it wasn't effective, people dropped off. Did you activate offer pop-ups for the free Wi-Fi? I understand and I've experienced TPL Wi-Fi activates phone and device notifications that Wi-Fi is available. Did the TTC Wi-Fi initiatives ever do that?
Through the chair, the bus Wi-Fi pilot did that. Additionally, also we had decals all over the buses to advertise that free Wi-Fi was available, as well as media releases and signs as well at the stations that the buses were departing from.
So there were pop-up notifications?
That's correct. As well as for the bus Wi-Fi pilot, we used a premium Wi-Fi service, so it wasn't as similar as T-Connect, and that was shown also when we had our customer service. They had the individuals that said they used it, said that they actually appreciated the experience as well.
So T-Connect also had a pop-up offer?
T-Connect did not.
No, okay. Yeah, so, and it, given that there were so many concerns about the quality of T-Connect, what's the difference now, given that the service itself being poor, resulted in many people giving up after the service and not being able to connect quickly or not connect at all or with connection? Has there been any testing of better service to see if that would improve usage? I know there are a lot of questions on the subway system now, and just for the people that it came into Depute, I'd like to ask.
Through the chair, we recognize that as the T-Connect Wi-Fi system continued to age, that its reliability started to deteriorate with that, and that's part of why we were at a decision point about whether an investment needed to be made or not in Wi-Fi. I think the board, in terms of the approved strategic plan, speaks to wanting to make sure that TTC is connected, and we want to enhance connectivity. I think that Wi-Fi is one of many ways to do that. I think that we believe there's better technology than Wi-Fi to connect people.
Great. And the question of value for money. understand the business case. Is the feeling of feeling safe or being well served, being connected, a part of the matrix for deciding whether this produces value for money?
Through the chair, we definitely want to put an emphasis on safety and equity, and those are things that were considered. And we do believe that there are other ways that these dollars could be spent to enhance those, more so than Wi-Fi could specifically.
Thank you. And the deputants mentioned the TTC and work with ConnectTO. Can you just summarize what the TTC's work has been to date, working with ConnectTO as previously reported by council?
I'm maybe not the best person to speak to historically what the TTC's been doing with ConnectTO, but we certainly are happy to enhance the level of cooperation, collaboration with ConnectTO. We have, obviously we have a lot of assets and buildings and properties, and if ConnectTO wants to use those assets the same way they would have public libraries or community centers, then we're happy to partner with them on that.
And would you agree that, that in other parts of the world, that data plans are much more affordable, and that one of the things we're running up against here is just how prohibitive it is for people to actually have affordable internet and affordable cell?
Through the chair, Canada has a very unique market, and I think that's been borne out in some of the efforts around ConnectTO and the TTC in connecting our residents and customers.
So it makes sense to telescope out and really talk about this as a really important social and economic issue that impacts the broader public, and the city can attend to that from that perspective.
Yeah, through the chair, we're happy to kind of broaden that and have that conversation with the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow?
Going back to you, Josh, if I may. You alluded a couple of times to that you're not convinced that Wi-Fi is the best technology and that you'd rather use funds for something else. You alluded to something. Could you expand on what would you prefer?
Through the chair and some of the work we've done, we've identified that there's a need for more real-time information in stations, as I think we've all discussed recently with disruptions and delays and things like that. And so wanting to enhance how we communicate to our customers anywhere they are in our system. So that's one thing that obviously would require investment to do that. We also, though, are not, we're totally alive to the fact that most people are on their devices when they're with us. And so we want a better connected system in terms of how we communicate with customers, but also how they connect to the outside world. We're just not sure that Wi-Fi is the best pipe, if you want to say, to have that water run through, so to speak, to use a bad metaphor. We've seen it with the 5G connectivity that our customers much prefer that service because of what they're able to do with it and how much more nimbly they're able to connect to a loved one, to a TV show, whatever it might be that they want.
Something that's missing in what you just described, like you're absolutely right about real-time information, and I've been on about that too with respect to the need for that during delays in particular, along with other times. But yes, if you've got access to 5G and you're paying a cell phone bill, then that's great, and it's great that we're expanding that. So all true. But what you didn't speak to was, we heard from a deputant earlier who's reflecting many thousands of other people who may struggle to afford a cell phone bill, who would still like to have ready access to both a feeling of safety to be able to contact somebody in their family, for example, or wayfinding or whatever, or be in touch with somebody because they're late, whatever it is, in our stations. Is there, like, when you say there's another way that you'd like to address that, are you referring to like a different technology, like Li-Fi or something like? Is there something else that we're missing?
Through the chair, I think it's maybe other technology, but it's also some of the maybe older school technologies that I think you've discussed and others in terms of like how we use people at our stations, how we use dynamic information at station entrances, on platforms, et cetera. And so it's a basket of items that we need to get at so that we're better connecting with our customers are better connected and we're better connecting with them. I think what we've seen across with some of our peer jurisdictions is they're moving away from Wi-Fi because it is not as robust and reliable as some other forms of, kind of platforms upon which people communicate. We take the point that sometimes there's a cost issue to that too, but just kind of want to clarify that we've never had Wi-Fi available in subway cars. We've just had it at station platforms. And so that's something that we haven't provided before.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions on this item? No? Okay. I just had a few questions. So just to be clear, we now know the cost of providing Wi-Fi on the bus bays and the cost of providing Wi-Fi on the platforms based on the last report, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
So the only piece that we don't know is what would be the cost to provide Wi-Fi on the tunnels.
Through the chair, we don't know the cost of Wi-Fi in tunnels. That's never been looked at. But I guess we would have to look at maybe the broader question about what's the cost of connectivity in the tunnels.
Connectivity in tunnels, okay. And is there any disagreement amongst the staff that the TTC does have some sort of role to play in the city's wider ConnectTO strategy, maybe if it's not providing the Wi-Fi directly, but supporting the efforts of the city?
Through the chair, we're very much aligned with the city on their ConnectTO objectives and happy to work with them on that, and also always happy to accept a big check from them on that. But yes, we're aligned.
Thank you. And then finally, we heard from, I think it was Sheelan, talking about the need for safety for customers who don't have Wi-Fi plans. Are there any solutions for those customers who, I guess, fall between the cracks where they don't have a Wi-Fi plan, or they don't have a Wi-Fi plan and we've discontinued the free service?
Through the chair, yes, it's certainly something we're focused on. And to reiterate again, that free public Wi-Fi was not available in tunnels ever. And so we recognize that that's a gap there. And so one of the things we want to do is make sure that there's other ways that we can communicate and support our customers. And whether that's through actually staffing differently and making sure there's people available to help, or having other opportunities for people to connect on platform, we're definitely focused on that.
And we heard this in one of our conversations. We did a walkthrough of one of the stations, and the employees just asking for some sort of Wi-Fi connectivity, for example, just to give directions to people who are lost, or I guess if someone does need to reach out to a family member, just having that option available. Is that something that the TTC is looking at?
Through the chair, I think it's worth reinforcing that we want a connected system, right? We want our customers and employees to be able to feel safer, work more efficiently, provide better customer service. I think that can be done a number of ways. It's not just a Wi-Fi conversation. And so to maybe make a short answer long, yes, that is something we're working on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Speakers? Commissioner Malik and Commissioner Mallow.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion, and it was advance circulated as well. And it's on the screen and with commissioners. And I'm moving this motion, I think in response to much of what has been raised at this meeting table, but also in the conversations and the discussions around this that we've had in the lead up as well, to make sure that we are looking at Wi-Fi across the TTC in what I would call a holistic way, in a comprehensive way, and to identify where people require it most and where we can have the biggest impact with the TTC's commitment and, of course, our precious resources. I know that the TTC has a lot of demands. That's part of the work that we get to do here. And I was proud to support the investment from the TTC and our commitment that was laid out in the most recent budget. And I'm proud for us to continue to support that work in a thoughtful way. And because making our transit system more accessible and safer, and we heard today numerous times what that safety looks like and the different dimensions of it, and that we share a commitment to making sure that the TTC is the best way, the preferred way to get around, is a priority for me, even as we continue to move forward the initiatives like the ones we have in front of us in regards to Wi-Fi on the service. And we know, I don't have to tell you around this table, that internet is a necessity. We are looking at it like a public utility, something that you absolutely require in order to get around the city, in order to access information, in order to participate, but even more so to access just city services. We have made it more and more clear that moving to a model where you access these services through internet access is important, and that we as a city make good on our commitments to make that access accessible and low or no cost as much as possible. And, you know, this, that was really great to see from this report was the reference to the ConnectTO program. And I've been working closely with the small and mighty team at ConnectTO because we share a deep commitment to closing the digital divide in the City of Toronto, and that means right across the city. That means every division, every agency, every corporation that we are connected to and where we have the responsibility for decision making. And ConnectTO and that team is working closely with divisions and agencies and corporations across the City of Toronto to help embed digital equity into their work and to improve their offerings through those efforts. And I did give direction, as was mentioned earlier in my term, around ConnectTO working with the TTC, and would like to see that work, you know, going both ways. And this is an opportunity that we have in front of us. And one of ConnectTO's focus areas is on making sure that people have access to free Wi-Fi across their day. And we all know that so many people, especially from equity-deserving communities, spend a significant time on the TTC, and it can make a material difference for them. And because we have also discussed at this table the expansion of self-service is something that we know is moving forward, we also know that access to the internet needs to come alongside it and follow suit. And we know also that we still pay amongst the highest prices in the world for cell service and for internet access in this country, but also in the City of Toronto, where we know that we have challenges around affordability and ensuring that people can see a future for themselves here. And as City Council and as the TTC Board, we unfortunately don't have control over those high costs that we all pay for our cell phone plans, but we do and we can have use our power to help Torontonians who are already grappling with that affordability crisis, to use the levers that we have to bridge the gap, whether they can afford a plan or they run out of data for the month or are facing other barriers that make it challenging for them to be able to have that continuous service. And to me, 160,000 weekly logins is a significant number and a sign that we should be looking to connect with our riders and to hear from them about what it means to make the most of Wi-Fi on the TTC. And in ConnectTO's public consultation, 25% of respondents said that they'd like to see Wi-Fi expanded on the TTC, and I can only imagine what that response will be when we speak to TTC riders themselves. My motion isn't about locking us into anything thoughtlessly. It's about making sure that we are understanding the full opportunity that's in front of us and what might be the best way for us to move forward with the information that we require, and I look forward to having the support of the board in that effort.
Thank you. Any questions, clarification? Commissioner Osborne, 3 minutes.
Clarification either from the mover or anybody else who knows these things. I'm wondering if this sort of looks to me like mission creep here. We're talking about subway tunnels again, and I feel like that's not what this motion is. Again, like everybody, I know this is a sensitive topic, all the deputants seem to be thinking we were talking about the BAI infrastructure that's in the subway tunnels. So I'm just wondering about the nature of this motion, because it looks to me like we're supposed to be voting on the material that we were given about if it's necessary to have another pilot at great expense when staff thinks we've already got the information that such pilot would provide us. This seems to me to be, I get where you're coming from, but it's not what, I don't know. It seems to me this isn't what the item in the agenda actually is.
Sorry, is there a point of order?
Chair?
Yep.
Chair, can we get advice about whether this motion is in order? Because if it is, then the member we don't need to debate whether it belongs here or not.
I believe the motion is in order.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Unless the clerk, the clerk agrees the motion is in order. Do you have any further questions?
No more questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
A question of the mover, a couple of questions, actually. So with the first item 1 of your motion, and perhaps it is more a question of the team, I presume that those discussions are going on. I mean, or do you think they're not going on between the TTC and the Chief Technology Officer? Would it be the Chief Technology Officer or ConnectTO? Does ConnectTO not have the mandate for Wi-Fi across anything to do with the city?
So ConnectTO is a unit, and they fall under the Chief Technology Officer for the City of Toronto. So what I'm putting forward here is that the senior staff at the TTC and in this division work together to bring us back some options.
Okay, and the management's report says they will send this information to ConnectTO, so they're going to get information. The second item.
Sorry, just to be very clear, what my motion is doing is to delete the current recommendations and to move forward these recommendations instead. So it's not it's instead of. And it seems like there's a little bit of confusion around that. So I just want to make that clear.
But you don't think that forwarding the information achieves your point 1?
No.
Okay, then for point 2, I think we have, don't you think, given the information we have and the surveys that have been done, that it's pretty easy to determine the response? It's likely to be positive. If we ask the question, if we direct the team to do a customer survey about the need for public Wi-Fi, I assume the answer is going to be yes, because everybody wants public Wi-Fi. So my question really isn't this unnecessary, given we probably can predict what the answer is? So is it really worth the expense?
Well, I'm not sure, actually. We don't know. We don't know if that's the answer. You're making an educated guess about what the response might be. But this is an opportunity for us to do it in a comprehensive, reliable way to make sure that the information that we're looking for through a public survey, that the questions are sharp and they're getting at the information that we can actually use to move forward on this issue. And we've heard repeatedly in my short time as a commissioner on this board that there are a number of folks, and I've heard it in my office in the hundreds, people who are very upset, and also how disruptive it was to lose the TO Connect program without appropriate levels of consultation or engagement on that. And I think it has also invited many more Torontonians to ask the question around public Wi-Fi on our service and on our system. And this is an opportunity. I do see this as an opportunity for us to be able to engage Torontonians, to hear genuinely whether public Wi-Fi is a need, where it is required, how they would like to be using it, how it works in complement to your own data plan and the way you move around the city, whether it's on buses or streetcars or on the subway. So this is the, kind of driving purpose behind recommendation number 2. And I would say that we actually don't have a definitive answer to it yet.
Okay.
Clarification of the motion? I just have a couple questions. So I know, Commissioner Malik, you're working with the city's Connect TO partnership. So just in reading motion 1, you're really just asking for us to review like other opportunities beyond maybe even the city funding this. So like looking at partnership models as have been done successfully in other cities is not just how do we provide public Wi-Fi in TTC, but how do we provide it throughout the city and bring TTC in as part of that connectivity program?
Yeah, I think that's an accurate description of what we're looking at here. It's to make sure that, again, we are taking a comprehensive and integrated and holistic approach to how Wi-Fi is delivered across the city and especially on the TTC service, that we are being expansive in our thinking about what those partnerships and what those opportunities are, how we can be innovative. We've talked many times around this table about how other jurisdictions are looking at us, about how we deliver a world-class public transit system, and that includes an opportunity when it comes to delivering public Wi-Fi, and that there are other, pathways that we might not have had the opportunity to look at more closely. And this direction allows both the city and the TTC's, respective divisions the opportunity to give that really focused leadership.
Thank you. And then with respect to the second part of the motion, I've heard from some of the questions that don't we know this information about the customer survey. I don't think we've actually gone into the details about the customer survey in terms of, okay, if we didn't provide Wi-Fi, for instance, what other alternatives would suffice? Like we've never gotten down to that level of granularity in terms of if you think Wi-Fi is a public safety issue and we can't provide it for whatever reason, what are the other alternatives that we could provide that could maybe supplement that service that you already have? We've never done that, have we? To your knowledge.
As far as I understood, and I guess to reassure everyone, this was worked on with TTC staff and with the chair's office as well, to make sure that the information that we were using in order to develop this this recommendation was also, understanding that this isn't coming forward in a vacuum. I do agree there has been considerable work, and there is still more for us to explore to do this well, and again, to make sure that our limited time and resources when it comes to this aspect of delivering the service is put to the best use possible.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Matlow?
I really appreciate Commissioner Malik's motion and what she said about it. I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Malik said about Wi-Fi having become a basic utility that people rely on for everything from employment to safety to just general connectivity. We all do. And I want a city that really considers the utilities and services that we all rely on every day. I want a city that has better design standards for our street furniture, for our public spaces. I want a city that finally has more public restrooms, not just in parks, the way other cities do, because that's also a basic utility that people rely on. I want a city that takes on the digital divide and recognizes that there are some of us who can afford expensive data plans, and then there are many of us who cannot. And I want everyone to have the same base opportunity to be able to follow their dreams and live their lives well. That's a Toronto that I want, and I know that's what Commissioner Malik wants too. So what Commissioner Malik is doing, and I think this should be music to the ears of anyone who is watching the budget of the TTC carefully, is not saying that the entire burden should be on the TTC to consider how to provide connectivity and accessibility to everyone, every Torontonian who's on our system, but recognizing that every Torontonian on our system is a Torontonian who's in Toronto, who happens to be on our system, but is in public spaces where they want the same amount of connectivity. So I think that it's a wise move and a smart move, and one that we should support, to be part of the holistic vision of providing free public Wi-Fi to our residents. The last thing I'd like to mention to you, and I hope that you hear this from some of the residents who spoke earlier, there's a reason why people brought up their upset about losing the Wi-Fi in the stations, even though it's not on the agenda today, and I wish it was. I wish we could reopen it. I really do. I really regret, frankly, that this commission, this board, wouldn't even consider the mere request to verify the numbers that Rogers gave us to see if we could count on them or not. We wouldn't even do that. And I get why people are upset at us, because this is a service that they cared about. Many of them really relied on by the thousands. We know that, the data shows that. And we didn't show that we cared about it very well. So that's why we're hearing that. So I think to respond to that concern, but most importantly to look forward to what we do about it all, is to look at a realistic way, working with the Chief Technology Officer, to maybe even provide that service again in a different form, in a different way, along with expansion. And then, the last thing, just to note on the question about sort of, is this like scope creep? Like I said earlier, I mean, I would actually like the scope to keep expanding, but I would agree with you if your suggestion is that it shouldn't be the TTC bearing all the burden on the cost. But if we're expanding public access to Wi-Fi in public spaces throughout Toronto, TTC and otherwise, I think that's a good thing, and that's really all that Commissioner Malik is asking for, and that's why I think it's such a smart move. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to add my voice in support of Commissioner Malik's motion as well. Clearly, what we're dealing with here is a problem that isn't of the TTC's making. We have a few companies that dominate this service, and we pay the most expensive internet and cell in the world, and yet it's a lifeline. And the thing about the importance of this motion is that it actually opens up the conversation with the riders. And I think one of the things that is, as a daily rider that I experience, it's less around fear around safety, but it's more about being in touch and connected, and for staff to bringing that forward as well. This entire board is responsible for overseeing a system whose purpose is to move riders, and the people that move the riders are the workers. So if we're hearing that from both sets of groups, then I think it's something that it's crucial to consider and to look at in a very responsible way. No one is saying this is only for the TTC to solve. It's a broader social and economic issue, but we have to do the work and work through it, because I think that there are people, and it certainly happened to me, that if I don't get the information, I'd leave the subway and I might take a bike share, or I have to get in a cab. And that is an impact on our ridership, on our sense of reliability. Reliability is also about information. How long is this delay? How will I get through this? I think that we have to really center that experience. And when we hear from riders so repeatedly here at the commission, but also in our council offices, that this is something that is vital to their experience, and we have to listen. And I think it's a really smart motion to bring this to a bigger conversation around how we stay connected in the city. And a big part of people's lives is their commute or wherever they're going. As part of the experience of living in Toronto, we can't control all these massive market forces, but we can certainly take care of having the right conversations with the people that we serve, and listen to their voices. And I think that this motion accomplishes that. And I thank Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Any other speakers on the item? Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say a word about the survey. If it matters enormously what the question is. If the question is, would you like free blank? The answer will be yes. Do you want free tickets? The answer is yes. Would you like free coffee? The answer is yes. Would you like free Wi-Fi? The answer will be yes. But that's not the world we live in. The world we live in is choices. If we put money towards one thing, we have less money for other things. And so I just want to confirm that I have the commitment of staff that the question that will be asked will be, which is the top priority for you of the things we could do? I agree we should ask the community, the riders, what they need most. But that conversation can't just be about Wi-Fi, because there's so many other things that they need and want from us. They need better information. We've heard that over and over again. They need better safety. We've heard that over and over. They need better service. We've heard that over and over. They want more snow clearing. There is a huge range of urgent and important needs that the public has, and our resources are extremely limited. So as long as we're asking people, which is your top priority, and not just saying, would you like free X, then I can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Kim?
So, Josh, I think you mentioned earlier that this is something that you're supportive of taking this to ConnectTO for them to use as part of their broader program. And I think, Commissioner Malik, that is what you're saying.
Sorry, you can't ask questions. You just have to speak.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm getting to the state, because we're in the speaker part, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm setting up my own speaker comment. So I am supportive of taking this to ConnectTO, but what I think we're getting into, as what Commissioner Osborne stated, is a mission creep, in that there's a lot of onus that's put on the TTC to provide, and we're spending a lot of time and energy on something that I think really is beyond what the TTC's mandate is. And I think people, in terms of service, I think people would much rather that the TTC spend the resources that we have on reliable and safe service than getting free Wi-Fi or free coffee or free whatever that we might wish to offer. So I am supportive of connecting people on Wi-Fi across the city. I think that would be a wonderful thing to have, but I don't think it's the TTC's main responsibility. Thank you.
Commissioner Osborne?
I am also in line with Commissioner Kim. I think that as much as this is a very laudable goal, our job is to provide transit, and we have not enough money to do that. And we do have a sister agency, I don't know, I think ConnectTO is an agency or a department of the city government whose job is to provide connectivity. And in the same way that Commissioner Sachs was asking about priorities, I would also be very interested to find out where this free Wi-Fi service in their world of, where their competing demands are from the citizens of Toronto for connectivity, free Wi-Fi, where we sit in their list. Which is kind of a flip of what we've been looking at in a way, which might also prove instructive. Anyway, I just feel like we are really straying very far from the job that we have to provide safe and reliable transit. So, yeah, unfortunately, as much as I do appreciate the objectives of this motion, I think we ought to stick to our knitting here.
Any other speakers on this item? Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Thank you. So I can support item 1 of the motion, Councillor Malik, because I think that should be happening in any event, sharing information. This report provides some really good data, good information for ConnectTO and the Chief Technology Officer to consider, and also the conversation. There should be a solid conversation, an ongoing conversation between TTC and the Chief Technology Officer, because I think we all recognize the fact that the TTC is a public space that everybody uses, and whatever can be provided in terms of broad services, it would be great to have them there. What I'm really concerned about is item 2, doing a survey. You know, as Councillor Sachs said, it really depends on the question you ask. And if you want to do these things really well, these surveys, they can cost $100,000. You know, the objective of this survey seems to be to establish whether or not there is a need and people would like public Wi-Fi. I think we know the answer to that. We don't have to spend money doing that. I think I think we should all agree around the table and say, you know what, the answer is going to be yes. So if the answer is yes, and you know, item 3 is that we would get that answer at the July meeting, let's just go straight to yes and have the TTC team work with the technology officer, look at what the options may be. And I think losing recommendation 2, which was part of the report, is a real negative because, you know, we haven't talked about around the table are the people who don't have a phone. And I know everybody thinks they have a phone. Well, we may all have a phone around this table, but not everybody has a phone. And those who don't have a phone may be the people who are the most at risk in terms of safety questions. So for the TTC to put an effort on improving customer information, safety and accessibility, that's the number one initiative we should be supporting and we should be directing as a board. So to me, that's where we should end. So I would, you know, as a friendly amendment, I would say we keep 1, 2 of the management report and add item 1 of Councillor Malik's, and then that would be a perfect motion.
Sorry, Councillor Malik would have to agree to that. Sorry, Commissioner Malik.
If it's friendly.
If it's friendly.
I would like to move forward with the motion as it's laid out here, and I can appreciate the perspective from the Vice Chair. I do think the 3 components are important.
Okay. So I will call the vote.
You do a recorded vote?
Do you want, right, Councillor Sachs, were you recommending that each part be voted on? Is that?
No, Commissioner Vice Chair De Laurentiis wanted your items voted on separately. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we're voting on Commissioner Malik's motion. So on the first part of the item, item 1, and you wanted a recorded vote? Correct.
Okay. So on the amendment motion by Deputy Mayor Malik, recommendation 1 of the motion. Can you put them up? Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, just ask for a moment of patience. The motion is on the screen. I believe the intent is to adopt, recorded vote on the first recommendation. Commissioner Ainsley, your vote? In favor. Commissioner Bravo?
In favor.
Commissioner De Laurentiis?
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Against?
Commissioner Kim?
Sorry, are we just voting on number 1?
Yes, the highlighted text.
I'm sorry, I did not get this.
Yeah. Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik? In favor. Commissioner Matlow? Chair Myers?
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne?
Opposed?
Commissioner Sachs? The item carries. The vote is 7-3, or recommendation 1, apologies, carries on 7-3. Just Recommendation 2. Commissioner Ainsley, your vote?
In favor.
Commissioner Bravo?
In favor.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Against.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Against.
Commissioner Kim?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Malik?
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow? Chair Myers?
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne?
Oppose? Oops.
Commissioner Sacks? Recommendation 2 carries. The vote is 6-4. On recommendation 3, still, okay. Commissioner Ainsley?
In favor.
Commissioner Bravo?
In favor.
Commissioner De Laurentiis?
Against.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Against.
Commissioner Kim?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Malik?
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow? Chair Myers?
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne?
Opposed.
Commissioner Sacks? Item or recommendation carries. The vote is 6-4 in favor. Then on, do you want item as amended? Do you want a recorded vote?
I guess, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the recommendation has been amended. We didn't vote on this piece, so it's just the replacement at this point. Commissioner Ainsley.
In favor.
Commissioner Bravo.
In favor.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Opposed.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
Against.
Commissioner Kim.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow. Chair Myers.
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed?
Commissioner Sacks. The item as amended carries. The vote is 6-4.
So now we will go to item 7, transit priority measures on Queens Quay East, interim bus priority lanes. And we have one speaker, Alan Yule. And Alan, you are going to combine your presentation with your item 8 deputation, correct? So you wanted a bit of extra time.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I don't need that slide now. Agenda items 12 and 13 were added on Friday after the deadline to register to speak. This is neither kosher or halal. People deserve a chance to speak. Agenda item 8 is titled Advancing Waterfront East Light Rail Transit. When the original 604 Harborfront LRT opened, it had PCC streetcars that were 14 meters long. Then we went to 15 meters CLRV cars. Now we have 5-segment, 30-meter trains on the platform. Streetcars are not getting smaller, they're only getting bigger. Edmonton is using a 7-segment version of the same Bombardier car we use. Lines 5, 6, and 10 are built with platforms that are longer than the vehicles planned for revenue service, if or when they actually have revenue service. The current individual TTC train sizes vary from 30 to 48 meters. Before we get too far into the design phase, we should set the platform sizes to be a minimum of 50 meters long. Platform sizes getting right the platform size is important because it also affects the spacing of crossover switches, exits, entrances, and other LRT issues on the platforms. Platform sizes would need to be extended at Queens Quay Station as well, according to this plan. Future-proofing this project now will save us money in the long term. This agenda item is interim transit priority measures or interim bus priority lanes. According to this report, it's supposed to be finalized in February of 2025. It is February 24th, 2025 now. These interim bus lanes will have a lifespan of at least 3 to 5 TTC chairs. Don't believe me? The Eglinton Crosstown started its life on March 16, 2007. It could be 6 or more TTC chairs before we actually have rail vehicles in this corridor. We need to get this right the first time. White diamonds on roads and signage without constant traffic enforcement will accomplish nothing. Trust me, I took the Bay 19 bus up this morning. We are now on our second mayor since Rapid TO was launched. Rapid TO seems to be evolving into, we'll get around to it, TO. I thank the civilian commissioners for this motion. They recognize the urgency of travel times on the TTC. To the politicians on the board, in the past 14 years, I've seen a lot of speaking, but woefully, very little doing. We have 1 full year to do something to improve transit speeds in Toronto, and then it's an election year, and nothing gets done, only promised. Simply painting on diamonds, again, been there, done that. To be effective, bus priority lanes need to be clearly defined with red roads. This has been in my deputational tickle trunk for over a year now. Streetcar Physics 101, the red paint on these lanes does not affect the traction safety at all. York Region uses red pigment in their paving material. These roads have the same traction safety as any other road in York Region. The City of New York is also using red pigment in their paving material for their bus lanes. San Francisco uses a red pigment in a concrete base for their Van Ness BRT line. Other cities are using what is basically a textured driveway sealant to identify their bus-only lanes. Here's a close-up picture. As you can see, the paint has much more texture added to it than standard pavement. My day job is in a red road corridor. This paint is considerably less textured and significantly more wet or more slippery when wet. I have talked to a lot of bus drivers across 4 different bus divisions. They all say they like the idea of these red road bus-only lanes. They all say, without exception, that when it rains, these red roads can become very slippery. I would never presume to speak for 113, but 113 is here, and technically they are staff if you want to ask questions. This issue has come up in U.S. jurisdictions as well, hence the red traction paint. Now, I'm afraid I may have painted you into a bit of a corner. You can say I'm wrong and don't know what I'm talking about. Good luck proving that. You can choose to ignore my comments on this potential safety critical issue. You have at least one lawyer in this room. Check with him. Fiduciarily speaking, that might not be a good idea, especially if there is an accident on one of our wet roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff on item 7? Commissioner Malik and then Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about the expected transit time and reliability improvements with these dedicated bus lanes.
Through the chair, we expect a 5-minute savings estimated savings for the red painted bus lanes on Queens Quay, and that would impact beneficially the 114 Queens Quay East. That's per direction.
Thank you. And I've really appreciated the work of the TTC team in public engagement and feedback and the opportunities that have been provided during this project. Can you outline some of the highlights from that public engagement on the proposed lanes, as well as a number of forums that we were both at on the current bus routes, which were a hot topic amongst transit users?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start with that, and the team can add to that. In general, and certainly want to thank you, Deputy Mayor, for helping us with a lot of the consultation that happened in the area. It's an exploding area with growth, and so a lot of stakeholders, and so we had an opportunity to speak to and then get support from the local BIAs, residents associations, Waterfront Toronto, Greater Toronto Hotel Association, Board of Trade. So that's really good. We've got a survey, an online survey available, and I think we're up to almost 700 responses so far on that. So I think the overwhelming response to that has been walking right now is faster than taking some of our buses because they're stuck in traffic. And so I think there's great encouragement that we're going to prioritize transit. We also did get some feedback about the 114 Queens Quay East bus. And we've talked to you, Deputy Mayor, about that, Commissioner. That's something we're going to continue to look into.
And just the final question is, can you confirm that the TTC bylaws allow for buses operated by school boards to utilize the dedicated lanes, and that you are coordinating with the TDSB and the TCDSB on implementation and any impact to stop locations?
Through the chair, we can confirm that, and we will work with the local school boards.
Thank you. Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got, I guess, lesson learned questions. Since I have the first red lanes that went through my ward, so one of the issues that we have a lot around is signage. And so cars turning either through the lanes or trying to make right-hand turns to go on I'll use Morningside Avenue, for example. So I'm trying, and I've been advocating for a long time, both with the city transportation services and the TTC for better signage. Will these lanes be any different?
Through the chair, these lanes will be different from what you've experienced in your ward, in part because of the unique nature of the corridor they're running through. And so we will, the plan is to actually include signage, and obviously as the performance of not only the TTC vehicle in the lanes, but the drivers around it, we'll continue to assess and monitor that to see if more is needed.
And what about finding that balance between public transit and motor vehicle? One of the issues that occurred in my ward was the lanes were put in with very little notice. So traffic flow on side streets was impacted, and none of that was really studied at the time.
Through the chair, one of the unique situations with these lanes is they're currently not being used for traffic. So these are basically shoulders that are not being utilized, and so it's a really great opportunity for us to put priority transit in them. Having said that, we have consulted broadly with that community, and so we've done open houses, we've got the online survey, we've talked to all the BAAs, we've talked to the residents associations. We've had quite a bit of consultation with George Brown College, who's very keen to see some priority transit measures being put in that part of the city because of their increasing numbers down there. And so we'll continue to do that and monitor as we install these lanes.
Okay. And just my last question is actually around paint. I'm sure you're not going to have the same Morningside Avenue slope in along the waterfront that I have, but I won't ride a bike down Morningside Avenue in the red lanes because it's taking my life into my hands if it's wet. People actually ride their bikes outside of the red lanes. So following up on the deputant's comments about paint.
Through the chair, this is actually a city contract in the city that does the installation for us, so we'll have a conversation with them on the paint issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne?
Just a quick question. There was a reference to 8 parking spaces that are going to get supplanted for the bus bay.
The bus lay-by through
Yeah.
Sure, correct.
And those are Toronto parking. Do we have to, you said that in your report that those are worth $300,000 in lost revenue to Toronto parking?
Through the chair, that's what Toronto Parking has suggested the value is.
And do we have to pay them for that?
Through the chair, we seem to receive bills from Toronto Parking Authority on a lot of areas that we suggest are inappropriate for us to be paying.
Okay, and then, so can you tell me, because that seems like a very big number, although I grant you that it is a premium bit of real estate in Toronto, when they tell you how much revenue is lost, are they making an assumption that these spaces are occupied 24 hours a day?
Through the chair, that seems to be the premise of the math that they're using to calculate this.
Okay, well, maybe we can work with them.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none. Any speakers? Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much. I have a motion on this item. And the motion is for staff to review and implement any changes to the bus route in coordination with the start of the Queens Quay East dedicated bus lanes. And I want to start by thanking staff for having the conversation with me about moving this forward, and that it aligns with the work and the timing of the dedicated bus lane implementation. And as has been mentioned, on our waterfront, we've made so much progress building new neighborhoods with places to live and work and visit and enjoy, and to make sure that as these new neighborhoods are being built, that community infrastructure is coming alongside it. That's one of the biggest lessons that we have learned from our efforts right across the city, is that they both have to come together in order to really maximize the success, the opportunity, and to unlock the potential, especially on our east waterfront. We've opened a community recreation center at One Young, and I'm just preparing to cut the ribbon on the next one at East Bayfront this spring. We've opened a number of childcares with more coming. Park is on its way, as well as a brand new elementary school with the TDSB and so much more. As we heard, George Brown College is continuing to grow its campus on the east waterfront and being able to ensure that folks are able to get there and access it while we do the good work to move forward the Waterfront East LRT, and its design and planning is very exciting, and that's what we heard over and over again. And alongside that, we also heard that the current routes, even with improvements like the priority bus lanes, were really questioned in terms of their effectiveness and some of the haste with which changes were made over the last year. And this being an opportunity to review and course correct, so to speak. At City Council, I champion moving forward this review of a dedicated bus lanes on Queens Quay East to make sure that people are moving faster, and of course to get them started as soon as possible in the spring, which is really exciting for community, for businesses, for institutions, and for visitors. And this is an opportunity to make sure that that the consultations that we've had and what we're hearing as we prepare to engage in the TTC's annual service review and the planning process are coming alongside each other to make sure that those decisions are as effective as possible. And my motion directs staff to update bus route planning based on the feedback and the updated conditions on the waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Commissioner Osborne?
Is 114 is the one that we're talking about? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none?
The Queens Quay East priority bus lane will have a number of routes running on it, but the primary route that we heard feedback on was the 114, so that's the one that's being directed to be reviewed, but there's others. There's a 19, there's 72.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. Carried. Okay. Next, we will go on to Executive Committee Item 8, advancing the waterfront East LRT. We don't have a speaker on this item because Alan's already went. Does anybody have any questions? And is someone from Transit Expansion here? Derek's online? Yep.
I am here.
Okay, great. Does anybody, thank you. Commissioner Osborne? Yeah.
Yes, I have a question about why we're not doing this at the TTC. With due respect to our special guest, it would seem to me that we're the ones that logically where this function would reside. And supplemental relates to this, because there's an instruction in this that there should be funding applied for from the Federal Transit Fund. And it would seem to me that there's going to be some kind of priority assessment made when we look at all of the competing demands that we have for federal funding inside the TTC itself, that we know that we need, let's say, buses more than we need funding somewhere else, or we need new subway cars on Line 1, that in fact would take priority over any funding requests that we would put in. So I'm just curious how that would work.
So through the chair to you, Commissioner, in response to question number 1, City Council has directed transit expansion to be the lead on the city's priority transit projects, which include the Eglinton East LRT and the Waterfront East LRT. So Council has directed that transit expansion be the lead. To be clear, we are working very closely with the TTC, because both of these projects will require the TTC to be the operators of the system. But it is transit expansion that will be leading this. With regards to the second question, I believe that you asked, there was a motion that was passed at council, I believe it's motion number 8, that actually requests that the city manager work in consultation with the chief financial officer and the chair of the TTC to seek the necessary funding for the priority projects with the federal and provincial governments. And at this point in time, the only response further to that is that I could tell you is that the Eglinton East and the Waterfront East LRT have been identified as priority projects, not the priority projects. They have been identified in a list of priority projects that will be made, a request will be made of the federal government for additional funding.
But if we end up having to make some choices here, let's say at the same time we need Line 1 subway cars funded, who makes that determination?
Again, through the chair, the determination will be made. I'm sure that the TTC board will provide a recommendation to City Council. City Council will give the direction to city staff as to how they wish to proceed with the use of the funding.
In practical terms, that was how I assumed that would work, but I just would like to not be bound that we are going to be applying for funding until we know what the competing priorities are for the requests that we will be putting in.
Through the chair, maybe Derek, I'll support you here. It's Karen. So through the chair, we're working closely with the city manager's office, who's actually the lead on pulling together the full integrated priority list for transit that'll include both the city council priorities and the TTC list of priorities. TTC priorities have already started to be identified in our capital investment plan, and we actually had a list that was appended to our budget report in early January. And so that has been shared with the city and as part of the current generation of the long list. So it'll be brought together into one view.
Is that all your questions?
I'm just looking up to make sure that we are not actually saying now that we will make that a priority. It may just be rewording if it does say that. That's my only, it's just to protect us in case we do something in, it's a formality, but yes, I'm just looking.
Okay. So I think it was Councillor Matlow, then Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Yeah.
Thanks. So my first couple questions connect both to 2.8 and 2.9, which I can cover now. Was on the list of stakeholder consultations, I didn't see the ATU. Were they missed?
Is that a question directed at myself, Councillor?
At whoever can answer the question, through the chair.
So through the chair, the first set of consultation was in regards to the transit project assessment process, the TPAP, which was completed last year. It was a very early consultation, there is a further consultation that will be occurring as we progress both stages of these projects with the various project partners, which will include probably through the TTC discussions with the ATU.
Okay, so there's a commitment that there will be consultation moving forward with the ATU.
We will work
correctly?
together with the TTC to engage them because ultimately they need to be involved in any sort of outcome.
Assuming that, well, that there's a possibility that Metrolinx may eventually take over various projects that we're working on, which has been the case before. What steps are we taking to ensure that maintenance in particular will remain in-house rather than being contracted out?
So through the chair, at this point in time, the project is still too early in its stage to confirm anything of that nature. The one thing that I do want to emphasize is that as the operator, the TTC will be very much engaged on both these projects, and we will report back to council at the beginning part of next year with a recommendation on what method or what method of delivery we will use on these projects.
So we don't know these things. Do we have full funding for the projects yet?
To the chair, no, we do not.
How long has the city been working on these projects?
These projects have been commenced, I would say, about a year and a half ago.
And perhaps discussed for many years before.
Yes, you are correct.
Your unit was created under Mayor John Tory. One of the priorities was to create Smart Track with, I think, 26 stations within 7 years without any upfront cost to the taxpayer. How'd that go?
I don't see, through the chair, I don't see what the relevance is to this item. I'm not, first of all, it was well before transit expansion existed. So I'm not sure how I can even answer that question.
Well, my concern is that we once again have projects in front of us that have no dedicated funding. We are still sort of in general design conceptual stages. We're not really very, very far advanced. Why should this not just be a TTC project? Like, why is this still with you?
Through the chair, similar to the response I gave to the commissioner previously, we have been directed by City Council to proceed with the development of both the Waterfront East LRT and the Eglinton East LRT projects. That is what we've been directed to do by Council, and that is what we'll do as city staff.
Fair enough. Am I hearing correctly? You would neither be supportive nor be opposed if there was a different direction to empower the TTC to do what it has traditionally done, which is to both operate but also potentially to continue to expand transit options for the residents of Toronto.
To the chair, we as city staff work at the behest of City Council. When City Council directs us, we will follow the direction that is provided by City Council.
Last question. Given that, Smart Track clearly was just, it was never a real thing in the first place. It's crazy that it went as far as it did. And these projects have not moved quickly. They aren't funded. Would you agree that perhaps there's a point where we hand this over to the TTC where I would submit it properly belongs and your unit eventually becomes redundant?
Through the chair, no, I do not agree with you. This is not about who should kind of do this or not. We are taking as you can imagine, these projects are extremely cost intensive, and it will require a significant amount of time to put the necessary kind of effects in place in order to make these projects, the project outcome to be effective. So do I am I hearing that I'm going to suggest to you that the TTC take this over? No, unless council so directs us. We are working our way very carefully and very methodically through each one of these projects, which, by the way, are occurring both at the same time. And we are, with the help of the TTC, going to develop 2 projects which are going to be providing service to both the waterfront east as well as to the Eglinton, to the northeast segment of Scarborough.
Thank you. Last question, Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes.
I guess my question is more to us as a group, because I got the information that I was looking for through the answers to the questions to my colleagues. And that is, should we as a board, because it seems to me that, if we're, the operating knowledge, the information, the needs, the very detailed knowledge of what transit expansion is required really sits with the TTC. And so the question to all of us is, should we and can we put a recommendation to council to say that the current structure and the laying out of who does what should be reviewed to become more efficient? I mean, we're all concerned about how we spend dollars, how we get to completion of projects. And so obviously the more layers we have, the more pieces you have to go through, the more expensive it gets, and the more delays will result. So I guess it's a question to us. I don't know if it's I'm out of order or it's something that needs to be investigated, but it seems to be it's a crucial question that we should be bringing to the attention of council.
Okay. Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes.
Just to piggyback on your comment, given that there seems to be a lot of cooks in the kitchen, whether it's Metrolinx or the transit expansion group and the TTC, are there any written mandates or memorandum of understanding that we can fall back on that clearly outlines what each party's responsibilities and basically job descriptions are? Because that could also be used as as something to fall back on as a reference point. So is there something like that?
So through the chair, with respect to TTC in the city, no. With respect to the Metrolinx projects, the Metrolinx projects were transferred through a provincial statute that laid out certain rules and requirements. But as with respect to the TTC in the city, no, it's not in writing.
So TTC does not have one?
It does not have a memorandum of understanding or an agreement with the city as to how you proceed.
And what our scope of responsibility is? So there's nothing in writing or any other document or mandate that...
So unless it's project specific, so for example, if you're talking about line 5 and line 6, project specific agreements with the TTC City and Metrolinx about their roles in it as it went into effectively through the construction and just about into operation. So it's project specific when you're getting into ready to operate the lines.
Okay. Should there be one?
So I'm not sure the question to the chair, if the question is there some mechanism that could do that? There is a main agreement that is being advanced on the subway program as an example, where we work with the TTC to define the TTC's needs as well as the city's needs in that document. We expect that there will be a similar type of document developed for the 2 priority projects.
But my question is beyond that. It's just more TTC in general, so that in the future, when we're talking about strategy in general, such as this, where it should be under the responsibility of the TTC, if there was a mandate or a memorandum of understanding or a mission document that clearly states where the lines are drawn between what the TTC does versus what the Transit Expansion Group does. So if there is none, should we be having one? So that's my question.
Perhaps that's, through the chair, perhaps that's a question that I'll leave to the commissioners on the TTC to kind of make that recommendation to council if that's what they wish to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this item? No? Okay, I have a few questions. So I guess my first question, let me just reset my time. So my first question is, I'm just looking at item recommendation 3, City Council direct the city manager and the CFO and treasurer to inform the provincial and federal governments of the city's funding commitments to the Waterfront East LRT and request their financial support to fully fund the entire project. So are we moving ahead with the design without having secured the necessary funding to actually build it? Which is sort of, I guess, what happened in Smart Track, which is why I guess everyone is kind of concerned that we're making a similar, we're going down the similar path that we don't want to go down again.
To the chair, there is currently funding in the tune of, and I'm sorry, Richard, I'm just going to have to kind of correct me, about $63 million that is being used to actually develop the Waterfront East LRT to its next stage, which is coming back to council next year with our recommendation on it moving forward. So there is funding. It's been approved by council for both projects, about $65 million in particular for the Waterfront East LRT to allow us to progress this to its next stage so that we can provide the information to council to make the decision that's necessary.
What's the total cost for the Waterfront East LRT to build it?
Richard, do you have, I know that Richard's in the room, do you have a response as to kind of what the full amount is at this point in time?
Through the chair, right now the cost estimates are still preliminary, which is the exercise that we're trying to undertake to get better cost estimates, but sitting over $2 billion for these pieces.
So $2 billion roughly, and you've secured $63 million
for the design to be able to refine those estimates and bring that back to council.
And how far will you take the design before you secure the actual funding commitment to build the line?
The waterfront transit work will, for two of the segments, will proceed to 60%, and for the segment 1 to Union will remain at 30%, which is completed.
So will that all be captured in the full $63 million?
That work is all accounted for, yeah.
Yeah. And so this is a complicated project, obviously, building an LRT, and as we've seen with Eglinton and Finch West, there's a lot of learnings to go along the way. So does your, and this is sort of in keeping with the questions that we've had, has anyone in your department actually started an LRT project or a transit project of this size and seen it through to completion and operation, et cetera?
Through the chair, I have.
Okay.
And in fact, if you would like, I would waterfront. The Ion down in Waterloo was one of the projects I was looking after. The Ottawa LRT, I was providing advice on that project. Have been involved in the early stages of the Eglinton Crosstown. So we do have people within the division that actually do have experience in delivering LRT projects.
Thank you. And then I guess the other question is, do you have any understanding as to why council directed you to complete this project? Not you, but Transit Expansion to be the lead on this project rather than the TTC, where traditionally these projects have been done?
Do you? No, I do not. The message that was provided by council was that Transit Expansion was to lead the development of the two city priority transit projects.
Okay. And I guess just to reiterate what my colleagues have said, could you just describe the working relationship between your office and TTC on the design of this project?
So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and then Richard can provide any sort of further detail. The TTC have been directly engaged with Transit Expansion on both the Waterfront East LRT as well as the Eglinton East LRT. They've been involved in the discussions that we had with regards to the change from a through system at Kennedy Station for the Eglinton East LRT to the now distinct service that's occurring. And they've been involved with us on the various stages of the TPAP process as it's been going through its stages. Again, we are working very closely, as we should, with TTC, because they are the operators of the system, or will be the operators of these systems when they're completed. So we have been working closely with them, and in fact, there's an executive committee that struck where the TTC sits as one of the members in that committee to actually hear what's going on in the project.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Speakers?
I have a quick follow-up question there, sorry.
Sorry, go.
Thank you. Mr. Trigo, you mentioned that you had an answer to whether you'd seen projects to completion. You mentioned the Ottawa LRT. Isn't it accurate that there were some problems with the capital plans of capital project and the Ottawa LRT in particular?
Through the chair. Through the chair to you, Councillor, yes, you are correct. There were significant problems. And we, as a member of Infrastructure Ontario, at that time, I was providing advice. But as you were well aware, the advice is provided to, in that case, the City of Ottawa and their council, and they choose to proceed with whichever process, however they wanted to proceed with the project. So we were providing advice on the delivery of these projects.
And so you're saying that it was the lack of capacity in Ottawa that resulted in, sinkholes, a death in a tunnel, but there was an inquiry into that. I'm trying to get to the point of that's been raised by the other commissioners, and with regard to the need to have clarity between some kind of delineation of responsibility, because in this case, there is been a significant harm that's been done, resulting in an inquiry. And if this is an example of stewarding to completion, perhaps it would have been important to have responsibilities delineated in a document, particularly since one of the outcomes of the inquiry was the finger pointing that resulted in leaving residents of Ottawa with a sense of frustration regarding the outcome, about where the responsibility lay and how it was documented or otherwise.
Through the chair, I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry, please, if you could rephrase the question. What are you asking?
Happy to rephrase that. When commissioners are asking, Commissioner Kim was asking about is there a need, and others have followed suit, is there a need to have a division of labor and accountability and responsibility more clearly outlined here? And if you raise the example of Ottawa, and because one of the outcomes of the inquiry there with some of the pretty significant capital problems, and some of which have cost a life and were quite disastrous, is that something that you are saying is not a good idea, or is that something that has to be decided on by the commission and or by council?
So through the chair to you, council, to you, Commissioner, the occurrences, what happened up in Ottawa is a series of significant, unfortunate events. That commission's report has a lot of detail in there about what could and should have happened and may not have happened. How the Ottawa LRT group was set up, the actual group that was responsible, they were a separate group from OC Transpo anyways, so it was a separate group from their version of the TTC that was looking after the project. How they chose to proceed with the project, what they communicated to council, was part of what was in that commission's report. So what I'm saying is we have a team at Transit Expansion who is capable of delivering these projects. We are not saying that we are going to deliver them by ourselves. We obviously need to rely on the expertise that exists at the TTC as well as other organizations, to make sure that we get this.
Except the question that I asked you wasn't about the expertise or whether it's there or not, because I don't know how to verify that. I think the question that was raised is it a way to protect the public interest to have an agreement that clearly states accountability and responsibility? And that was, I think, the questions that were being asked. And I just wanted to know, you said that that was a decision that had to be made either by council or TTC. Is that accurate, or where does that decision get made in your view?
The decision, through the chair, the decision gets made by city council. The city council will direct city staff as to kind of how they want us to be engaged on these projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you will go to speakers. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
So I began by asking questions about what consultation had been done with ATU. And, Jim Jessup and the Toronto Fire Service is a great example of where you don't hear friction. You don't hear a lot of issues come out of there because there is a team mentality there. There's a partnership between employees and management that has been successful and effective, even predating Chief Jessup with Chief Pegg. And that's the dynamic, that's the relationship I want to see us moving forward. In other words, we're on the same path, and we want the success of our transit system, and we want the best service for our riders. That's success. And when I wouldn't consider the ATU, and this is why it's important that the TTC is in the lead when it comes to transit, because we understand that by working with our partners from day one, we can get to the end of the journey successfully together. If you skip over talking with some of the main people that need to be at the table, you're going to have problems later. And that's not fair, it's not right, it's not fair to them, and it frankly does a disservice to us. And that's why I brought it up with Mr. Toigo, and I'm glad that he committed to meet with them. That should be part of the part and parcel of what we do. I'm also concerned about seeing more and more responsibilities such as maintenance being outsourced, where we lose control over oversight, over accountability, and over costs. I don't want to see that continuing to happen. We've seen what happened even with the Eglinton line itself, where so many of the jobs, including the contracts themselves, being so bungled with little control, accountability, and hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. Let's get that back, and maintenance is a core part of it. Now, when it comes to the TTC hasn't always been perfect. There have been problems. There have been criticisms of past transit expansion projects. But since 1921, the TTC, time and time again, not only has operated a system that has been known as the better way, and this board is working toward getting back to that motto, but we've also successfully, over decades, expanded transit for our growing city. We've expanded transit, the Transit Expansion Office has not. So let's get real. The City of Toronto is spending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on that office. And how is that paid off? Mr. Toigo talked about how advice has come to council. Well, based on the advice and based on many of the decisions council has made in the past, in particular during Mayor Ford and Mayor Tory's terms, there have been a lot of mistakes made. A lot of mistakes made. We went from a 7-stop LRT in Scarborough to a 3-stop to a 1-stop to a 3-stop, and now it's going to be delayed even more, and Scarborough residents are on the bus. Councillor Ainsley has championed the Eglinton East LRT year after year after year, but decisions... And year. Unfortunately, I could keep saying year after year after year because there have been too many. But in fact, Councillor Ainsley and his residents were promised that part of the one-stop subway plan that the costs of the Eglinton East LRT would be covered. That wasn't true as well. Just like Smart Track was never true. So this office has been, talking about it, transit expansion, but it hasn't actually happened. We're still consulting on designs over things that are not even funded. It's not real. So let's not fool riders, let's not fool ourselves. We should be bringing this back. When I say in-house, I don't mean even just the, empowering our people and our employees, which we should be. We should be bringing transit back to where transit belongs, the TTC. We know our city, we know our transit, We have that direct relationship with council. We don't need that extra division who speak more to Metrolinx than they do our own employee unions. So what I hope to see is a real and robust plan that we can work on, where we engage the funds that we need, the plans that we need to move forward. And, ultimately, if we do want to see a real cost-cutting measure at council to reinvest in transit expansion, then we should actually make the transit expansion office redundant, cut it all out, remove it entirely, and bring those funds over to the TTC and actually get moving on these projects. And I look forward to working with you on that measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
So I just noting for the record, pursuant to my previous comments, and I'm not sure there's anything we can do about it because it's a simple statement of fact what happened at City Council, but it does, in a way, commit us, even though I acknowledge that we work with the city, being realistic here, but we are saying we are going to apply for these funds, funding from the province and the federal government and federal transit funding. So I don't know what, if anything, we could or should do about that. I'm just stating that that's what it says. And then my only other comment relates a little bit to what Councillor Matlow was just saying, and that is that it would be so great if we were lucky enough to have people around this table who knew how things worked and how possibly to have this raised at City Council, if that is indeed something that makes sense. Leave it in your capable hands.
Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the questions being raised about this item and also more broadly about the role and responsibility of the TTC when it comes to building a transit and expanding our network. I do want to, focus just back in on this particular project specifically. Just remind us, and I know many of you were aware of this as well, but, last month on January 28th, it was a really exciting day for our waterfront. Along with Mayor Chow, I joined Waterfront Toronto and federal and provincial government partners to announce a nearly $1 billion investment in the next phase of waterfront revitalization. And that means practically the unlocking of over 14,000 units of housing, including affordable and purpose-built rental, and ultimately a new city where people are working and living and learning and visiting for over 100,000 people. And this success, and I raise that because it is a reminder that even in very uncertain and fraught times where there is a lot of demands on all of us, our resources, our attention, our priorities, we can look at the work on the waterfront and see that collaboration and work from all levels of government can get things done, things that we have been waiting for a long time when there is that commitment there. And what is exciting about us, even just receiving this item from City Council is that we can keep this momentum going in the right direction. And we know that good transit is essential to connect people to housing and to our waterfront and to connect them right across the city, as is our commitment and our mission around this board table. And this report continues the preparation for that project with everything that we have and can do. And most importantly, it affirms the city's commitment to waterfront transit and the TTC's commitment and support for a funding agreement with federal and provincial governments. And I do want to thank Chair Myers for working to get that funding partnerships done through a submission prioritization framework to the Federal Public Transit Fund. And we need to collectively be moving continuously in that same direction and putting, as was mentioned, the pieces back together to demonstrate how we can do that and to get transit built for our city and, in this case, especially along our waterfront and unlocking all that potential. I do want to thank the TTC. I do want to thank city divisions. I do want to thank the Transit Expansion Office as it exists right now for the efforts around this and for advancing this work in partnership with Waterfront Toronto and for Mayor Chow, Councillor Fletcher, and for entire council for their support and leadership on these efforts. We're going to continue to move forward, and the questions and considerations that we're raising here, to me, are important considerations and examples of how we keep doing this better and better.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. Any other speakers? Okay. Okay, I'll be brief. So I just want to thank everyone for the conversation. So I was just writing it down, and you know, in the city of Toronto, we have Rapid TO that is being planned by the Department of Transportation, Transit Expansion, which is doing the Waterfront East and Eglinton East LRT, and the TTC, which is doing transit operations in the Scarborough Busway. That seems like a lot. And this is nothing, to be clear, this is nothing against the work of the professionalism of the transit expansion as individuals. I think it's more of a governance question or a larger question about how do we start consolidating a lot of this work to move these projects forward. Everybody here wants the Waterfront East LRT. We know it's going to be a transformative project. We know it has a lot of potential in terms of revitalizing that neighborhood, and it's actually a key connector of the various communities that are currently being built as we speak along that pathway. I think what a lot of us are here are just concerned about is going forward with a design without actually having the funding needed to build something, which we saw what happened with the Smart Track debate. And just to make sure that we have the right people around the table in terms of the TTC has been building transit in the city for over 100 years. And I have not seen a good reason why they have stopped building transit. You know, we gave them a mission of we need the Scarborough Busway built. We got it done pretty much within a year. We started construction after that line went down. So we just want to make sure that we have clarity, line of sight in terms of how these projects are going to go forward, and to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes, and to make sure that we have everyone doing clearly defined work in terms of what is Transit Expansion doing, what is TTC doing, what is Department of Transportation doing, because these are all, at the end of the day, transit projects that the TTC will be operating. So we just want to make sure that we have proper line of sight. I will note that, you know, I think this is the first time many of the commissioners, at least the civilians, have been introduced to the Transit Expansion Office, which says something because you've been on this board now for 8 years, 4 years. So it just shows that there isn't as much alignment as we'd like to think. So we really do need to get better to make sure that all of these projects are happening in sequence, and that there's sort of a holistic view of how we're building transit in the city of Toronto. So with that, it's just a motion to receive. Just a motion to receive the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we will go to the next item, which is the Eglinton East LRT, which is also with the Transit Expansion Group. Does anyone have any questions over Eglinton East? No? Okay. I'll move it? Okay, okay. Same questions. Okay, so we'll just move that. All those in favor? Carried. Great. Thank you, Transit Expansion, for joining us. Next, we will go with the item 12, which is the motion without notice, improving the TTC's response to major snow incidents, submitted by Commissioner Matlow. And we will begin with questions. Does anybody have any questions on the item? Nope. Any speakers? Commissioner Matlow and then Commissioner Malik, please.
Given the lack of questions, I'm picking up a general collective support for what we're moving forward, and I'm not surprised because I can only imagine that all of you have both witnessed and personally experienced some of the priorities that we brought forward in this motion. You know, I've spoken at length over the past week and a half about how Toronto in general, I believe, can do can do better when it comes to providing winter services. There are cities that we can learn from. And while it's clearly unreasonable to complain about, snow not being plowed or removed an hour after it lands, when it comes to days, if not a week, and then a week and a half, and maybe 3 weeks or more, I do believe that is unreasonable when we have people who, never mind able-bodied people, people pushing strollers going out into the roads, people with disabilities trapped in their homes. We can do better. And council already has some set priorities of where we want to triage, and one of them is transit. We have surface route stops, our buses or streetcars, where there really is like an iceberg, like a mound of snow to get over if you can, if you're able-bodied. And even those who are able-bodied struggle to get access to those stops. If you are not able-bodied, you are not accessing transit. You're not getting to school, you're not getting to work, you're not getting home, you are stuck. And we can do better. And it's not about, picking up every single centimeter of snow that's ever fallen all in one fell swoop, but there are places that are more important to focus on to make sure that people are safe and that we provide accessibility, and certainly transit stops are right up there. We need to focus on the open cut of our subway system. That was a big part of the problem over the weekend. And we need to put attention and resources and quickly to make sure that we deal with that, and perhaps look at preventative measures that we can take, because that just shut down the line and caused a lot of commotion for a lot of people. And then lastly, although these are only 3 of many items, I know that Commissioner Sachs has a very thoughtful addition. $200 isn't doing it when it comes to drivers who think that where they want to have their cars more important than the rest of us who are taking transit. And if they're being so selfish and not thinking about other people, they may think about their wallet if we raise the fines and make it literally more costly for them to not get out of the way when other people need to get around our city during storms and otherwise. So that's why this is here. And I really appreciate your support, and I really appreciate staff's attention to this. Obviously working with transportation services to make sure that transit is a priority when we've got big snowstorms. And yes, hopefully there won't be another one this year, but there will be another year, and we got to get ready.
Thank you. Speakers, Commissioner Sachs?
Sorry, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I'd be delighted.
Councillor Matlow?
Yes.
Or Commissioner Matlow? I just wanted to ask on the third point.
Yeah.
That you have about, at the end, report back on the feasibility of increasing fines for vehicles that block TTC surface routes. Would you take it as a friendly amendment to say feasibility of increasing fines for vehicles and removing them quicker?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Please make it so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes.
I think it's me making the amendment to recommendation number 2. Is it
Yes.
me? It is me. Okay, good. Just trying to check that I've got the right ball here. Thank you, others around the table for working with me about this. Snow clearing isn't a question of waving a magic wand. It's a question of resources, like everything else we discuss here. The city is absolutely aware of the importance of people being able to take transit. There isn't anyone in the city more committed to that, I think, than Barbara Gray. The reason that there has been a lot of difficulty getting the snow cleared isn't that they don't care, it is that there isn't enough money. And this is the absolute obvious immediate consequence of keeping the city on a starvation budget for 12 years with this insistence that the city revenue should never increase faster than inflation, even though our costs increase greatly faster than inflation. So simply setting a standard doesn't do it. What we need to do is figure out what are the resources that are needed to produce the result we want. And then it's going to have to be a question of going back to the mayor and say, well, can the city pay for that? Now, I absolutely agree with Commissioner Matlow, sorry, depending which hat we're juggling at what moment, that higher fines and faster towing are highly desirable. I do know that one of the big problems we have in our part of the city is that there's no longer any place for the police to take the cars. It's one of the reasons we have so few cars towed. There aren't any tow yards left downtown. So there's nowhere for them to take the cars. However, we should still be saying, this is a problem. Can you make any suggestions for how we fix it? Other than the suggestion the police made me so far that I should just pave one of my parks and make it a tow yard. Literally, that is what they suggested. That will not be a successful suggestion, but we do need other suggestions. So we just have to recognize, in the same way we do with Wi-Fi, there's lots of things we want and need. It's all a question of choices in a world of very limited resources and rapidly expanding demand, and this is another one of those. So that's the purpose of the amendment, is to say we can't wave a magic wand. We have to figure out what would it cost to do what we want, and is that money available, and if so, how? Now, there are other pieces of it. One of the other pieces, and I can't remember, but I mentioned this already today here, or if it was another meeting, but we also do need to get serious about the private property owners, the corporations, the condo buildings, the apartment buildings that have stopped shoveling their sidewalks. Now, they did more or less before, but then City Council transferred all that responsibility to the public anytime there's more than 2 centimeters of snow, and they don't do it, and then that dramatically slows up publicly paid removal, as we could see along St. Clair, which I know Commissioner Matlow worked very, very hard to get the sidewalk to the subway station cleared, but only to spit on it. If you're from the other side of the road, forget it. So this is, we've got a multi-level set of problems here. And some of it are things that we can look to transportation for help on. Some of it we have to look to council for. Are we really going to keep letting all these rich corporations off the hook from clearing the snow on their sidewalks? And if we do, that means that the public clearance is slower. So that's the reason for my amendment, and I look forward to yet further conversations with council.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No, seeing none. Any other speakers? Commissioner Malik?
Thank you very much. I will be brief, and I just want to start by thanking all the staff at the TTC, the drivers, the operators, the crews, the coordinating staff who are seeing everything that was happening and who worked with everything that they have to keep our city moving in the snow, not just in this big snowfall that we're experiencing, but over the past months as we have been, in the season of inclement weather. And with this particular snowfall, we've also seen the ways that our service does need improvement. And I'm very grateful for this motion to take steps on what that improvement looks like. And again, to do that collaboratively with the other divisions and agencies and organizations across the city, making sure our TTC stops are plowed and people aren't stumbling over snowbanks to board their streetcars or their buses or to reach the subway stations is so critical. That is really fundamental in terms of the work that we do and the responsibility of the TTC. And I also want to share my appreciation for transportation staff for being responsive to those concerns. And as a counselor for our downtown with very busy transit stops, I had so many residents reach out to me about what they were seeing, and to be able to be in touch with transportation staff and TTC staff directly and frequently to make sure there was even just one clear spot for people to board was really very appreciated. And, that can't be the way that this work is done, one by each. We have to continue to have a system-wide approach to this. And I want the whole city to be able to access and experience that level of responsiveness and service as a matter of practice, even when we are faced with some of these extreme weather events and snowfall as we've seen. We also need to make sure, and I was on several streetcars over the last little while where we experienced this around tackling parked cars, blocking streetcar routes. All weekend over the downtown, it was too familiar of a site with multiple streetcars backed up because one car was in the wrong spot. And streetcars backed up because of this is just unacceptable. And, and in the theme of what we've been raising throughout this meeting, really interrupting and disrupting people's choices around riding the TTC and making them think twice about whether that's the chance that they're willing to take. And this isn't just an impact on transit users. We know that other road users are also impacted, of course, drivers, but pedestrians, folks who have accessibility needs or have small kids, are elderly in our community as well. It really has a knock-on effect. And I'm encouraged to see the exploration around a better system for fines and to look at what else can be done to make sure that everyone stays moving as quickly as possible and whatever Mother Nature throws at us, that we are prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Chair, Commissioner Bravo here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to start by expressing gratitude as well. What I saw those first days from TTC operators at stations was amazing. Seeing on Queen Street, streetcar operators having to get out at every single stop to clear the snow from doors that were jammed was amazing amount of dedication. And the service continued, and people turned to the service because we live in a winter city, snow happens, but the solution to moving people around is actually the TTC. And when people are preventing TTC from functioning, I think about in one single day, and February 20th, 10 hours, 23 incidents of cars parking against snowbanks and blocking streetcars, causing delays, inconveniencing hundreds and hundreds of people who were taking TTC to get where they needed to go. I think that both motions are really important. I also want to thank colleagues on the commission here on the board who have worked through this. I can only say that Davenport was snowed under. We had such a number of calls that we're still trying to get under from, I think, probably one of the greatest number of incidents, but also higher than average use of TTC. So thank you for all of those, for both of you, Commissioner Sachs and Matlow, for doing the work. And again, for all of the people that showed up during the storm from TTC, we're so grateful, and there's going to be more snow this weekend, so this is timely, important, and there's more work to do in terms of at the City of Toronto side and for Council to look at how this contract has worked, how the priorities have been managed, and we're certainly going to be doing that piece of work as councillors.
Thank you.
I'm mindful, given some of my colleagues' very thoughtful remarks, that I just wanted to clarify something. The criticism that I'm sharing is pointedly toward the contracts that were I think wrong. It was a mistake for council to move forward with contracts that were brought to them with very little detail, with very little information, which did not have the performance standards that we would expect. I was very happy to support Councillor Ainsley's motion at the time to try to bring it back to committee to actually get that information, because we believe that you should read a contract before you sign it. It is actually our public employees who've actually been our secret weapon. And it's not their job, frankly, most of them, to have to shovel out where winter services should be doing. So the criticism is squarely on the contracts that were signed wrongly, rather than in any way suggest that our employees at the TTC should be bearing the burden of what should be a terrific winter service that we provide, which we need to improve on.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers. Okay, I will call the vote. Amendment, all those in favor of Commissioner Sachs' amendment? Thank you. Passed. All those in favor of the item as amended? Carried. Great. And then our final item, which is item 13, which is a motion without notice submitted by Commissioner Osborne, seconded by Commissioner Jagdeo, on an urgent need to improve bus and streetcar travel time and reliability. Commissioner Osborne, you held the item. You held the item, so you can ask questions of staff.
I want to speak on it.
Okay. Does anybody have questions? No? Okay. Commissioner, okay, so we'll go on to speakers. Commissioner Osborne, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if anybody here noticed that the Carolina Hurricanes had to walk down to the arena on Saturday night because they got stuck in gridlock. And it is not the first time that we've gotten publicity of this nature from people who are giving concerts or playing whatever sports here in Toronto. So I've made this motion because we have to do something about traffic in this city. It is not just for people's quality of life or the economic costs to business. It is a fact that the single best way to improve TTC service is to address congestion. There is very little that the TTC can do on its own about gridlock. I do think, however, that we could and should play a more important role here at City Hall when the city is looking at how we use our roadway infrastructure and what needs to change. This was crystallized for me by a completely unrelated discussion that we had at this board, and it was actually Councillor Sachs who was saying something about the cycling network. And I said to myself, how do we get transit, which impacts vastly more people, onto the same hallowed ground as cycling at City Hall? And I'm not suggesting we supplant cycling. I just want to be there. So that's what this motion is about. Number one, fix traffic. And number two, give the TTC a higher priority in decisions that are made about roadways. So for example, we are looking at busways in a number of high traffic transit corridors. In my motion, I mentioned Jane Street, which alone carries more passengers than Saskatoon's entire transit system. It has taken 4 years and counting to get that busway, and based on our last report, I don't think we're anywhere near completion on this one, or resolution, let's say. So the request for higher priority for transit is warranted by the number of people that we move compared to other modes in the city. It is also true that if the TTC offered better service, we would become a better option for those who drive. Gridlock is costing everyone. The economic impact on the city is many billions, like north of 10. And make no mistake, it is costing the TTC a ton of money. Since 2019, it has cost an extra $60 million a year in additional operating costs. That makes it harder for the TTC to attract new customers and to retain the ones that we have. It also sadly means that it is very likely that even though the city has truly stepped up during our budget 2025 process with additional funds to improve service, that the impact of these investments will be muted since it's going to increase bus service on clogged up roadways. I noticed as I was trying to locate some information on the state of play on traffic when I was going in all over the internet, that this discussion, in this discussion, transit actually rarely even gets mentioned. It's usually binary. It boiled down to bike versus car, which I think is simplistic and overlooks other parties making demands on our road infrastructure. I believe we have to find a way to boost the priority of transit in these discussions about the use of our roads because of the enormous number of people we move every single day. So we have labeled congestion in this city a crisis. I think that happened in the 2014 or something like that. And I think we really need to act like it. I think one of our lovely deputants mentioned this. We need to start more doing and less talking. So I have been on this board for 6 years now and have watched service on our service vehicles steadily decline over this period. I think we are well past the time to take action, and I hope you will support this motion. And to my City Council colleagues, I hope you will advocate for the TTC on this issue, because you and your fellow councillors are the only ones who can fix it. That's it.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none?
Could I just want to congratulate our fellow commissioner for the incredible research she's done and putting it together in such a succinct way. I think it really underlines our core activity here. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So can I have a motion to adopt the recommendation? Commissioner, okay, and we'll do a recorded vote too for Commissioner Osborne. Yeah, you can like keep it, put it on your wall, like this is your recorded unanimous vote. Yeah.
On the motion without notice from Commissioner Osborne, Commissioner Ainsley. In favor. Commissioner Bravo.
In favor.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
In favor.
Commissioner Kim. In favor. Deputy Mayor Malik.
In favor.
Commissioner Matlow. In favor. Chair Myers.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor.
The motion carries unanimously.
And that concludes the business of this meeting. Can I please have a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair, thank you. All those in favor, carried, we are adjourned.